Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Yes, good morning. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on this Wednesday, the 22nd of October. It's a big hello to you wherever you may be listening on your local SEN track or RSN dials, the RSN app and also the SEN app. And if you're watching us live, streaming every day on the SEN app, our Facebook page and YouTube channel. It's a Wednesday, of course, before the Cox Plate, which means it's Geelong Cup Day. There's only the one scratching in the Geelong Cup, and that's Graham Piero. So he'll go around on Friday night in the Moonee Valley Cup. There's only two more chances to win your way into a Melbourne Cup. That's today in the Geelong Cup and Friday night in the Moonee Valley Cup, which means the King's Horse, Gilded Water, will be going around. But the weather conditions at Geelong today, high chance of rain becoming less likely in the early afternoon, the chance of a thunderstorm during the morning and afternoon, damaging winds possible, winds northerly to 15 to 25 k's, turning westerly to 65 k's in the early afternoon. If it gets to 65 k's, this means he might be in a little bit of trouble, decreasing to 40 k's in the evening. So that's just the weather report at 5 minutes past 8. We'll get an update there with the track conditions. Jimmy Dalton from Geelong will join us just after 8:30. But as we know it right now, there's only one scratching in the Geelong Cup. Michael Kent Jr.'s reported Globe looks fine this morning. He expects him to run in Saturday's Cox Plate. He'll have that vet inspection on Thursday morning at 9:30. Jared Waitley will join me from the top as we relive some of the great Cox Plate moments and to discuss, of course, Saturday's Cox Plate. It's the final time the great race will be run at this famous racetrack. As we know it today, of course, they start the new Moonee Valley chapter straight after the Cox Plate on Saturday when they bulldoze the racetrack and start again. And we won't see that race until 2027 back at the Valley. We'll have trial time with Matty Morton, Love It or Leave It, Reece Goodwin and Jeff Goebbels will join me. We've got Tassie time with Matty Reid. We'll catch up with Tom Wood from Hong Kong Corner, Jess Gower from New Zealand Bloodstock, and then we'll find you plenty of winners as we go around the country with bag of tips, but we'll concentrate on that Geelong meeting. 6 minutes past 8, Giddy Up brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Great to have Jared Waitley with me to kick off Giddy Up on this Wednesday. He's a busy man. Waitley, of course, live at 9 o'clock on 11:16 in the SEN app. Jared, thanks for your time.
Gareth, thanks for inviting me in.
The Cox Plate, what does it mean to you?
It's the race that I've always most loved, and it's probably right at the core of why I love racing.
Yeah.
And there's two elements to that. One is the way Les Carline would write about the Cox Plate, and the other is that race play VHS race of the century. So that's my childhood, really. So Les would say masterpiece after masterpiece. He would argue that this was a race that seemed blessed, some divine plan. The right race at the right time, at the right track, over the right distance. And that as a result, it accumulated an honour roll beyond compare. So the Melbourne Cup would guarantee a place in folklore, quirky and curious and sometimes unlikely. But the Cox Plate was the entree into greatness.
Yeah.
And along the way, Moonee Valley sort of figured what they had. And so the idea of legends made and legendary and that it sort of became self-fulfilling from the races that are there. And when you do go back through, and it's a great week to reminisce over all the great races, it is the honour roll of the Australian turf is contained in the winners list of the Cox Plate.
0499 736 736. Let us know your favourite winners of the Cox Plate, the best races that you've seen in the Cox Plate. And it's had it all over the years. Like we decided to have a chat and to just chat about the Cox Plate. There's been so many. Like I remember the day that Zaki got scratched on the morning of the Cox Plate. That was high drama. But you're right. When people get into racing, and if you go into the pubs and clubs and you go, how did you fall in love with the game? I reckon majority of people would say, from a Cox Plate moment. For me, it was 1996 when Saintly won the Cox Plate, 4 across the track. I still remember it like it's yesterday. Crying game for Robbie Griffiths, put up the white flag, and then all our mob, Juggler, Falante, and then Saintly made his run, wobbled around that turn, and Octagonal couldn't keep up as he was trying to go back to back. And I remember that like it was yesterday because that's what got me into racing.
Yeah. So there are the stories from the sepia past. So Far Lap wins it twice, 7 to 1 on, and then 14 to 1 on. So if to be worth anything, Far Lap has to have won your race, so twice. And then Rising Fast in 54 as part of the trilogy and the 6 wins across that spring. And Tulloch, so they write about Tulloch in 1960, thousands of hats in the air. Everyone threw their hat in the air when Tulloch won that day. Roy Higgins always regaled the story of Gunsins walking out onto the track and stopping to leave his mark before he was finally announced, and out he went. Dulcify, the ghost of Dulcify, nearly the best win you've ever seen.
Great race call.
And then a week and a bit later, he's dead. And then, you start to go yourself. So the flex point for the race is 86. It is Bone Crusher and Our Waverley Star. And so I remember we were at the primary school fete that day, watching it on a tiny television. And then the following year, Dad and I, we're going, and we went to nearly every Cox Plate thereafter. So I do think there's sort of 2 phases to the race. There's everything that happened to establish the bona fides of the race, and then 86 happens.
Yeah, I might play 86.
And then off it goes from there.
I might play 86 because I want to talk to you about this Cox Plate, and then I want to have a chat to you. I reckon there's a strong possibility we might not get the exact same outcome when they take off at the school, but it might be similar come Saturday. This is the famous 86 Cox Plate.
He's gone for the whip on Bone Crusher. 3 lengths to Drought, followed then by Diggy, Flyer and Drawn. But the 2 great New Zealanders have come away on the turn. Our Waverley Star, a half-length Bone Crusher. The big red won't give in. Drought running on. Bone Crusher responds to the whip. The roars of the crowd. He races up to Our Waverley Star. 100 out. Bone Crusher, Our Waverley Star. Stride for stride. Nothing in it. Our Waverley Star, the rails. Bone Crusher, the outside. And Bone Crusher races into equine immortality. $1.5
It still gives you goosebumps.
Yeah.
Is it the call or the race that makes that?
It's all of it. So
Yeah.
it is all of it. I was a cub reporter at Channel 10, and there was a cupboard of old tapes. And just from whenever it hit a dull, I'd just get out a tape and just have a look what was on it. And one day discovered Bruce McAvaney's call of that race, and then found Greg Miles' call of that race and John Russell's call of that race. And each of them in real time knew. So John Russell, one of the greatest races ever. Greg Miles, this is the best race you'll ever see. Bruce McAvaney, the greatest race I've ever seen. And then the Piste de Resistance, which is Bill's call. So they all knew in real time. And the build-up of the week, and this is why Race of the Century works, they were both there on the Tuesday morning. The whole race was framed around these 2 New Zealanders. Russ Hinds plays a role in all of it, so there's larger-than-life characters as well. And then the school was always the marker at Moonee Valley, and maybe because they were 2 visitors, they took off at the school.
Yeah.
And turned in, I think, what lasts as the greatest race we've ever seen on the Australian turf.
So we talk about the Cox Plate is the race of champions, is where legends are made. But where would you rate those 2 horses, Our Waverley Star and Bone Crusher, amongst the greats that have competed in the race but have won the race like Bone Crusher did?
Yeah, right up there.
Yeah.
So we'll get to. I tried to pick the 3 iconic moments of the Cox Plate, and these 2 are a pigeon pair. You don't say Bone Crusher without saying Our Waverley Star. There's not many others through where you have to reference second to go with first, but that's what makes this unique.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's a shame. A lot of times the second horse will come back and win the next year's race. It's a shame that Our Waverley Star didn't win the race at some point, but it doesn't matter. They are bound together forever, and that's the majesty of that race. Yeah. And it is what makes it distinct and removed from almost any other race where you can't have the winner without the runner-up.
So from an ability-wise, however, would Bone Crusher make the top 12 horses? He wouldn't make the top 12 horses.
Because of the way that he won it, and his CV does stack up, I suspect he does get into the top 12, but at the bottom of that list.
Yeah. It's interesting. So your 3 iconic moments then in the Cox Plate.
I've got lots of different categories, including my favourites, right? But the 3 iconic moments, I think, are Bone Crusher, Our Waverley Star.
Yep.
Is Kingston Town can't win in 82.
Yep.
And he wins his 3rd. And in a close run for 3rd, there's tsunami down the side in the Maccabi Diva year. For the sheer spectacle, as they all knew they had to beat her, and they all went crazy down the side. And I've never seen another race where there are 10 horses lined up across the track before the home turn. So there's lots of other categories to work through, Winks and the like.
Yeah.
But I do think for me, as we leave this valley, I think those are the 3 iconic images that last.
And Glenn Boss tells one of my favourite stories. When you talk to Boss, and you could listen to Glenn Boss talk about racing all day, he says that he was like, with all of the great rides he produced, a Maccabi Diva and a Melbourne Cup, he was most nervous that day before a Cox Plate. He was that nervous he had to go into the jockey's room and talk to himself into the mirror and say, Glenn Boss, you're the greatest of all time. You make sure you get your act together and go out and dominate. Along those lines, because he was that nervous thinking this could be the last time I sit on top of her. And the rest is history.
Yeah. And then the most historic moment is Winks winning her 4th. But
Yes.
her best Cox Plate is when she annihilated Hartnell in what was billed. That was going to be Bone Crusher, Our Waverley Star. And then just suddenly it was over.
Yeah.
The best photo is the one you referenced, Saintly Falante Juggler, All Our Mob, which lives in the imagination. The best field is 92. I'm sure of this. So Superimpose wins actually at any old odds.
Yeah.
It's Rough Habit, Superimpose, Better Loosen Up, Prince Salieri, Citizen, Naturalism, Kinjite, Let's Elope, Mannerism. Then you've got Coronation Day, Muirfield Village, Palace Rain, Burst, and Slight Chance. And history sort of lies to you on this front. You look at that and go, oh, like great horses everywhere. Naturalism ran even money.
Yeah.
And fell.
Yeah.
He was going to win that in that field.
Yeah.
Naturalism ran even money. And you think there are legendary horses that far outstrip Naturalism. And he's denied his moment because of the fall in that race.
There's never been a Cox Plate like that in 92.
Yeah. And the old timer, and he was finished Superimposed.
Yes.
He'd gone through the Canberra Cup to get there.
The Canberra Cup.
Somehow the race managed to redeem itself. And this is the mystery, the divine intervention in the Cox Plate. So Better Loosen Up and Let's Elope had come through the match race at Caulfield because wet tracks had hindered both of them. So they ran on 1,000 Guineas Day against each other in a 2-horse race to get ready for the Melbourne Cup. And Better Loosen Up. He might have been a certainty beaten in that he was coming back off the tendon injury. Rough Habit was a previous winner. Citizen had won everything. Prince Salieri were perennials. There were winners of the Caulfield Guineas and the Champions. Actually, it's a really interesting study as to where all the horses were drawn from into the race, and a little bit of a cautionary tale around what we don't have currently.
And then you go to like the great rivalries when I was growing up in Northerly and Sunlight. Didn't they have some great clashes? And they even started off into the Fiend before they got to a Cox Plate.
Yeah. So I was thinking through my favourite. So you mentioned where yours start. So Dad took me to Rubiton.
Yes.
The year after Our Waverley Star and Bone Crusher. And I met Les Carline that day. He had his book in the Mitties shop on the first floor of the grandstand, Chasing a Dream. So everyone loves True Grit with Les, but I love Chasing a Dream. He signed it for me that day, and I'm a kid. Almorad. So it was my birthday that day, actually, and I was being a bit of a prat at home, and Dad said, what do you want to do? I said, I want to go to Moonee Valley and watch Almorad. Yeah. So he took me and we sat in the front row of the grandstand. Yeah. And the following year, Better Loosen Up's the first horse I truly loved. Yeah. I was playing cricket that morning and I had to get out. I wasn't a very good cricketer, Gareth, but I had to get out at a certain time to get to Moonee Valley in time to see Better Loosen Up, and stood at the back of the grandstand and watched Stylish Century go round one turn while Better Loosen Up was going around the other, and David Hayes for the first. So CES one year and David the next. The Superimpose year is amazing. Sunline, the first year she went, she'd worked like a cannonball on the Tuesday, and you went, right. And then her win, I know that she had breathtaking wins. That was amazing. Might and Power, such a big part of his legacy. He's already... he's done the Cups, and then that was a coronation day, and in a way, this race is a coronation race, and that was it all over. Maccabi Diva was so important, and then we sat together. It was astounding what Via Sistina did last year. Of all the possibilities of that race, that was deeply moving to see, and that lasts as well because of the sheer magnitude of the victory.
And that week when we didn't think she was competing on that Tuesday
Yeah.
morning. I reckon Romantic Warrior has to hold a special place in Cox Plate history because he's the biggest international star that has won a Cox Plate. He wasn't at his best that day, but he still won it. They went on to great deeds after that.
Yeah, so he far outstrips Adelaide, and Liscrashire was magnificent.
Pretty good,
but State of Rest, he is the best international winner in the phase where we sought that.
Yeah.
I think that's true, and that lasts. And then, So You Think passes away, and we just instantly go to his 2 Cox Plates.
Yeah.
So he wins 10 Group 1s, but he is defined by his 2 Cox Plates. And that's, the great horses do win it more than once.
Reg Fleming, we had him on the show yesterday. He was right alongside Bart as his right-hand man. He told us yesterday that he couldn't breathe, So You Think, when he won his first Cox Plate. And then they had that throat operation. And Reg said that the vet told him that he'd be 75% better as a 4-year-old. Reg yelled out, well, they won't be beating him in next year's Cox Plate.
Yeah. And so this is just a personal view, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to offend anybody.
No.
But So You Think would have won 4 Cox Plates if he'd stayed in Australia because he was still winning Group 1 races the next 2 years at the same time in Europe. And it was just a travesty that he was taken away from Bart in the manner that happened. And Aidan O'Brien didn't know how to train him initially, and he finally got him right, and he had his moment in the Prince of Wales. But if you look back, so Pinker Pinker and Ocean Park win the next 2. So the horse was sound and in Group 1 winning form overseas. He would have won 4 in a row. So that's where he's denied his place on one front, but he's got the 5 Group 1s internationally to go with 5 Group 1s in Australia. So he gets a different weighting. He gets penalised a bit in the scheme of great horses. But I think if you actually think it through a little bit more deeper, he's far further up the scale than people would write down. And then I think there are just stretches of the race. So before our time, it goes Dulcify, Kingston Town, Strawberry Road, Red Anchor. 6 years, show me another race in the world that's got a 6-year stretch like that. And then it goes Might and Power, Sunline, Northerly. What a 5-year stretch that is. So its capacity not only for chapters here and there, but stretches it's what makes it so revered.
We might take a quick break. You got a couple more minutes? We'll take a quick break. We'll get your tips, of course, or your tip for the Cox Plate on Saturday, and then we'll wrap up our conversation with Jared Waitley. We could talk all day, and I'll get to your text messages as well, 0499 736 736.
Around the turn, So You Think by a length. More Joyous is trying her heart out, but she can't go with him. Then came zipping over in a shootout. Who Be Got You? So You Think with a big lead around the turn. 3 in front from More Joyous zipping. Who Be Got You flashing home on the outside, but So You Think is 3 in front. Who Be Got You ran to second from zipping, but So You Think wins his second. So You Think first.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
And the widest runner is Saintly with a run. All our mob for Londe now from Juggler and Saintly. 4 in line, 2 to Octagonal. They turn for home and the whips are cracking. It's all our mob, Saintly, Juggler and Falonde. Is a great go, 150 to go, Falonde. Saintly coming at it on the outside. Saintly getting up to Falonde and Juggler the centre. Saintly on the outside. Falonde strikes back dead heat. Saintly may be a nose. Falonde, nothing in it.
And Saintly was the horse from heaven. He saved Barton away financially anyway, and then he went on to win the Melbourne Cup after that.
The race had been elusive for Bart. He won it with Taj Rossi and then had to wait a long time and then came out the next year and won it with Dane Ripper.
And there's always heartbreak, as I mentioned, like there's text messages flying through. Animo should have won that race as a 3-year-old. That protest should have been upheld. Annabelle Neesham, in her second year of training or third year of training, had the odds-on favourite scratched on race day morning. And then you have this story, I reckon, that's built up this year with Sir Delius being scratched on Friday. And Racing Victoria desperately needed this horse in, even though that they scratched it, because in the final Cox Plate at this famous venue as we know it today, that Gay's never won a Cox Plate. It would have been fitting to see her win that Cox Plate and follow in the footsteps of her famous father.
It would have been, and his absence looms large over the races. It looks a bit thin without him, but with him, it had the right horse, didn't it? And given that TJ had won it 7 times and Gay had never been closer to it than last Thursday.
Correct.
And then it goes wrong on Friday.
I was thinking about this year's Cox Plate. I've just got this feeling, Jared, that with the history of this great race and so many famous moments, that we might get another one. And as you pointed out, it's probably not a vintage Cox Plate field, but when you've got some great jockeys like Shin and McDonald and Williams and the like there that'll be competing on Saturday, I've just got a feeling that they just might take off past the school, and we might get a 2-horse war or a 3-horse war in the concluding stages.
I think it's a canny insight because of what we've seen Antino do.
Yeah.
It's tailor-made for him.
Yeah.
He's natural to take off at the 700 or the 600.
Yeah.
He's done it before. He's done it successfully. Why wouldn't he do it in a 9-horse field? But depending on what happens with Globe, if there isn't pace in the race, he'll do it for sure. And then that flushes out. What do you want to do? Do you want to come? Do you want to go? Are we going? Are we going at the 600? Are we going to reprise something from the past here, the last time at the Valley? Because you could imagine the theatre of that if it did happen. But you are right. The presence of Antino, it would be a surprise if Antino didn't take off, to be frank.
And with the build-up that we've had, like the boring Mackay Deep when they walked, the Turnbull was okay, but now this is the grand final when you look each other in the eye and you say, well, this is where legends are made. This is a legendary moment that could come your way if B. Shin takes off and makes the move just at the right time when McDonald gets going. There's no tomorrow in a way.
Well, there's not.
No.
And so I've spoken to Bruce McAvaney this morning, and
we'll play
a little bit of that. He does make the point that at the start of the spring, after they'd had their first runs, the 3 best horses in the country looked like Via Sistina, Treasure of the Moment and Aliana. And here they are meeting. It's just that it hasn't panned out since.
Yeah.
So it's lost its luster over the past 6 weeks. But if you go back to where we started, these are the 3.
Yeah.
We didn't know Sir Delius was going to be that at that stage, and whatever else has happened these were the 3.
Yeah.
And the question was going to be, was Treasure of the Moment the best horse in the country after she won first up? And Aliana got so close to Via Sistina first time through. So, and you're right, Antino hasn't walked through his career going, he's going to win a Cox Plate one day. But here he is to win it. Buckaroo, they've chosen this rather than the Caulfield Cup. There should be a good 3-year-old in it. Every good Cox Plate has a 3-year-old in it, so nepotism plays that role. So there is a way where this race in hindsight looks far greater than in prospect, and sometimes you have to run them to find out.
And you'll have Wayne Hawkes on this morning on Waitley. You can't forget Johnny Hawkes. 30 years ago, he won this race with a 3-year-old by the name of Octagonal. They don't start their horses for no reason.
There's a bit of Viscount here, isn't there?
Yeah, a little bit. Too hard.
He's right between Northerly and Sunline in one of the great Cox Plates.
Yes.
And if they run it fairly, honestly, he probably wins.
Yeah.
So John knows So I agree with that. This is not a lark that he's in this race, and he'll be one of the outsiders. But I would stay alert to that.
Who are you tipping?
I think I will come to Via Sistina for the history of it. She's entered the twilight of her career quite naturally as an 8-year-old. But the great horses have tended to win it twice.
Yeah.
And that image of last year, and she beat a better field last year than she'll need to beat this year, I think. And she's had the smoother preparation. And so I'll defer to the reigning horse of the year until deposed.
Because you look at this race, you sort of can't.
But I will say, I won't back her.
No.
I couldn't take $2.
Yeah. I might be able to take $2. Just the way she looked there on Tuesday, I just don't know how they beat her. She looked like a different horse. She was like the heavyweight champion coming out to box in front of the crowd on that Tuesday morning, just to say, "Well, I'm finally arrived here this spring." You'll see the world champ do what she needs to do there on Saturday.
And the genius of Chris Waller was there last year in what he did when he took her back to Moonee Valley on the Thursday. So you're entitled to trust in him. It's just whether and. One of the things about Kingston Town's third was he was making appointments that his body couldn't keep anymore, and yet there it was. Yeah. So that is stitched into the folklore of the race as well. You can listen to you on Waitley, of course, just after 9 o'clock. You'll have Bruce McAvaney, Gerard, and also Wayne Hawkes is ready to go. Yep, he'll be in on his way to Geelong. I hope we don't all end up blown to Oz. No, we're about to get a weather report there. I need to run it earlier in the day. Yeah, you might have to give John a call there. Just say, do you know when you ring Wayne and say, can John give you a call and you can put him on hold and then he can come through the line? Hey John, you're on. It's Gerard here. What happens if the wind hits and they can't run the Geelong Cup today? It's a golden ticket race for the Melbourne Cup. Yeah. So they might have to just go to Moonee Valley, I would imagine. And run 2 golden ticket races? Yeah, well, no, they'll just have the one. Oh, so they'll fold the... Yeah, I would imagine. There are plenty of dual acceptors, but could they... I don't know if they can run it on Thursday. I'll have to find that out, but it makes it really difficult. Couldn't run it as race 2. No. Just make sure that it gets run. We've always wanted that. Hey, hopefully the rain stays away from the valley because we don't want... It's a last race on Saturday after the Friday night meeting. And that is, I know there's a risk in that, but that is the right thing to do. The last race on the Moonee Valley track should be the Cox Plate. Yeah. Might be under lights, who knows? if the clouds come. If it's a dirty day. Yes. Thanks, G. Appreciate it. Good on you, Gareth. There's Gerard Waitley, 8:34. We'll take the news.
By Signet, making SEN News headlines. Anthony Albanese has labelled his US visit a success ahead of his return to Australia. He'll be leaving Washington with a backing for the AUKUS Pact and a minerals deal, while share prices of mining companies jumped considerably after the $8.5 billion critical minerals deal was announced. Much of the country is said to be struck by either hot or windy weather today, and a prosecutor says the jewels stolen from the Louvre this week are worth €88 million or 157 million Aussie dollars. Up next, sen.com.au sport. A major blow to the Aussie women's cricket team ahead of tonight's World Cup clash against England, with Elisa Healy ruled out with a calf injury. Talia McGrath will take over as captain, while Beth Mooney will be the wicketkeeper. Georgia Vole is expected to be added to the side. Healy will be racing the clock to recover in time for the finals, which get underway next week.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up 8:37. James Dalton from the Geelong Turf Club or Racing Club will join us shortly for an update on this weather this afternoon that might hit Geelong and an update on the track on Geelong Cup Day. Grant Piero is the only scratching from the Geelong Cup today, but to continue on our chat there with Jared about our favourite Cox Plate moments, and we'll get to your text messages as the morning unfolds, 0499 736 736. Jared this morning caught up with Bruce McAvaney.
And my favourite ever discovery in the cupboard at Channel 10, just marking time, looking at old tapes, was your call of Bone Crusher and Waverley Star. So how many Cox Plates did you call?
3 or 4. That was the one. And look, it's still number one for me. It was incredible that race, 2 New Zealanders, and not really an Australian star, Jared. And yet, of all the things, Mackay Diva, and look, I won't go through them all, but it's still the one of all of them. And I think I wouldn't be alone in saying that. The build-up was extraordinary. It's just the way the race unfolded. We could have something similar on Saturday because I've got to, particularly if Globe doesn't run, but let's hope he does run, but I can see Shin going early on Antino. And I know that McDonald will probably have to go with him. Now, they're not Waverley Star and Bone Crusher. Well, Via Sistina is. Antino's not. And that build-up was just remarkable in 1986. But it could be visually something similar down that school side this Saturday. We'll wait and see. But, 86. I thought I called reasonable. You know this better as well as me. When you do something, you're a pretty good judge. You're never completely satisfied, are you? And I thought, not bad. And I've told you this before, but when I heard Bills, I just, I thought, God blimey. Anyway, second, well, I might be 10th best to Bill. That'll do. Sitting behind Bill somewhere will do.
Yeah, that was Bruce and Jared. You can listen to that interview on Waitley this morning. It's 8:39. We'll get to your favourite moments there for a Cox Plate, 0499 736 736. And there's been so many wonderful moments in Cox Plate history. And as on Saturday, that chapter closes at Moonee Valley. The track as we know it today, for the final time, we'll have a Cox Plate run at that track before they bulldoze it and start again for a new chapter. It's 8:40. We'll take a break. We'll come back with an update there at Geelong today with the track curator, James Dalton.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Great to have your company on RSN and SEN Track this Wednesday morning. It's 8:45. Geelong Cup Day, Campbell Brown and also David Taggart will be there for SEN Track this afternoon in the Ultima Hotel tent with Shane Bennett. It's going to be a big day. Really looking forward to it. Well, hopefully it will be anyway because the weather report isn't great. Let's head to Geelong to catch up with Jimmy Dalton. Good morning to you, Jimmy. How is Geelong this morning as I cross to you?
G'day, Gareth. Thanks for having me. Geelong is wet at the moment.
Yeah.
We've had 5 mil in the last 2 hours. And other than that, though, there's no wind to speak of as yet, but I think everyone's around the forecast being quite gusty from the west. 50 sort of K average with gusts stronger than that.
Yeah.
So that's a real concern for us. But as it stands right now, we put up a good 4 early on at 6 a.m, but I reckon as soon as I entered that track report, it started falling. So I've downgraded to a soft 5, and it is abating now, the rainfall. So there might be another 3 mil to come maximum, I think, but we'll just assess probably in the next hour when the stewards arrive to see if we're still in the right spot. At worst, it'd be a 6, but if it was to stop and that wind got up, I think we'd be sort of playing around that 5-6 range.
What's the biggest concern now? Is it the rain or the wind?
No, I think it's the wind.
Yeah.
It's always been the wind for me. Not so much from a surface point of view, but more so from a safety point of view. And we had these westerlies blowing about 3 weeks ago, and the participants felt unsafe at times, and there was nearly a vote to see where we're at with it all. And today's forecast is actually a little bit stronger, so not to be dramatic about it, that's just the true facts about it, that if it does reach those 70, 80 kilometre gusts, then there'll be conversations.
Yeah, so, what is too much with the strength of that wind? What K do you think, what K do these winds need to get to that you think, we might be in trouble here?
I think we'd start looking sideways and have small discussions when we reach the 60s. Certainly 70s, it's a realistic discussion, and 80, I'd say there's a bit of trouble about. You're talking about rail blowing over it, probably 70. That's just one aspect of it, but it's really just hitting you in the face on that home turn like it was that 3 or 4 weeks ago. And there's just the shiftiness of the horse and the actual riders to actually move in the sheer strength of the wind would be the concern. So 60 plus, we'd be having conversations.
In your time, when have you ever seen 60K winds?
We have seen 60K winds over time, not necessarily during race meets, obviously, but it does happen. Like last Friday, it was extremely windy. All our marquees were erected and up, and there was some strengths of around 90, and they held up fine and that sort of thing. But we did have the discussion, if it was that sort of kilometre rate during race meetings, it wouldn't have gone ahead. So it does happen at Geelong probably a couple of times a year, I reckon, and unfortunately it's fallen on today.
So the winds will be westerly, is that right?
Correct, yes, westerly.
So what's that mean for the punters out there?
It really means just so down the back straight, the rider would be feeling it from their left.
Yep.
Coming around a turn, it would hit right in the face. So ideally, you would have cover of some sort coming down the hill around the turn, and then in the home straight, it'd be coming from their right. So it's really probably just important to get that cover coming around the home turn.
We were just talking to Gerard Waitley about this just before. So if this is the worst possible outcome and they do have to call the meeting off, when do you run the Geelong Cup?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and that would be a question for the powers to be above me. I couldn't tell you. It's a tricky one with Moonee Valley Gold Cup or Moonee Valley Cup on Friday night, and so some acceptors for that are in our cup today. There's so many things to take into account. I'm not sure where it would be fitted into the program.
So we'll keep a close eye on this and update the participants and the punters as we get closer to the first race at Geelong. But we can keep an updated on the Geelong website and obviously on social media. We'll continue to be updated to see what the conditions are like there at Geelong. And we'll just see what happens, I guess, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's correct. I think like all the weather apps are good.
Yeah.
As far as the Geelong Racecourse has got the Bureau of Meteorology weather station right in the middle, so they're basically live updates. The rain amount is there, and also the wind strength is there. And currently, it's non-effective. It'll be 15 kilometres from the northwest, but any time from now it starts building and peaking sort of around 3 o'clock is the forecast.
Okay, so it's going to get stronger as from basically right now until around 3 o'clock.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, mate. We wish you the best of luck. Hopefully Tags doesn't get blown away as a few text messages are coming through. But, hopefully we get through this meeting because it's such an important meeting on the Victorian racing calendar, especially now with that golden ticket into the Melbourne Cup. Hey, we appreciate your time, mate, and we'll keep in contact throughout the morning.
Thanks a lot, Gareth. Appreciate it.
There's James Dalton there, the track curator at Geelong. So we'll keep a close eye on that. We'll get James on towards the back end of the show as well. It's 9 minutes to 9 o'clock. Andrew Hawkins isn't far away. Plus, we'll go through your text messages. I'm loving them this morning regarding your favourite Cox Plate moments.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you. Paul Sebastiani's with me as well. We'll go through a few of these text messages that have been sent through. Loving it as well regarding their favourite Cox Plate moments. I'll read Scott's there, Paul. My first Cox Plate was superimposed back in 1992, but my best was Northerly back-to-back absolute champion.
Love
Brackets, even if Wayne Hawkes doesn't think he is.
Morning,
That's from
G.
Scott.
Morning, listeners.
Morning,
Hope we're
G,
all
mate.
well. I like this one off the top from, I think it was Scott earlier this morning. Sorry, Michael. Sunline, my childhood memory, winning the 2 Cox Plates before the big boy Northerly came along. Sunline for me, G, she was one of my first loves in racing, one of my first loves in life, I think, to go down your type of tone and demeanour. And the Greg Miles call was phenomenal too.
Yeah. Morning, fellas. The legend of Bart Cummings cutting off Daryl Braithwaite's horses mid-chorus is a great memory. I don't remember that. That's from Tim from Epping. Good morning, Gareth. 1982 Cox Plate, legendary Bill Collins, Kingston Town's third win. Get the tape out and listen to that race. It will lift your hairs off the back type of stuff every day of the week. Kingston Town can't win. That's from Dom. Justice for Adamo, still can't believe that was not overturned. That's from Scotty from Geelong.
Yes, that was a state of rest Cox Plate when there was nobody there, G. Remember that? During the COVID year? There was no one there.
Yeah. Hi, Gareth. My favourite ever Cox Plate was the 92 Roughhouse Affair when there was the big fall by the school, then superimposed, and Greg Hall came storming down the outside to win at around $21. That was my first ever Cox Plate I went to. Never missed one again until 2011 when I moved to Queensland. My son and I are making the trip down this weekend for the last ever true Cox Plate. That's from Tony McEwen. Love that, Tony. Hi, G-Man. My favourite one is when Matt Hill calls Animo, this time for the big A.
Oh, great. Great selection. Great selection. The calls make the race as much as the horses do, G.
Yeah. Hi, Gareth Anns from Maribyrnong. Favourite Cox Plate moment for me is Winks winning her 4th Cox Plate. My uncle just passed away from cancer, and he would have loved me seeing me happy, and I was there on her 4th Cox Plate. It was just special. It's emotional talking about it. We'll keep them coming through. That's what the Cox Plate does. That's what racing does.
Can't wait for Saturday, mate. I'm so excited.
Yeah, bring it on.
Excited.
And let's hope it can live up to everything that the Cox Plate has produced over all of those years. It's quickly approaching 9 o'clock. Andrew Hawkins will be joining us next, and love it or leave it as well.
By Signet. Good morning. I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Anthony Albanese says he hopes Donald Trump will take up his offer of a visit to Australia after wrapping up his trip to Washington. The Prime Minister telling Seven after the success of the trip and their strengthened relationship, he'd love the chance to host the US President.
I would certainly take him to a Rabbitohs game, and we did have a talk about sport. We had a talk about a range of issues over the 3 hours that we spent together, and it's terrific to get to know each other. Those personal relationships are important.
Police in Tasmania have located the body of a man believed to be missing bushwalker Daryl Fong. The 30-year-old from Hobart set off on a day walk at the Mount Field National Park on October 11. A report will be prepared for the coroner. Parts of Australia will be hit with extreme weather today. Victorians are being urged to prepare for possible damaging winds, including Melbourne, with gusts of up to 130 k's an hour forecast. The Tasmanian coastlines are facing either strong gale or storm wind warnings, while Sydney is forecast to get close to 40 degrees. Former parliamentary staffer Brittany Higgins has dropped her appeal against a court ruling that she defamed former Liberal Senator Linda Reynolds. And one way to avoid a fine, a vision has emerged the moment an excavator was driven up to a speed camera in Adelaide with its bucket manoeuvred to block the camera's line of sight. Coming up next, sen.com.au sport. The new season of the NBA tips off soon. Oklahoma City Thunder is hosting the Houston Rockets. And later it's the LA Lakers up against the Golden State Warriors. And some of the results from this morning's UEFA Champions League matches. PSV 6-2 winners over Napoli. Newcastle getting up 3-0 over Benfica. And Paris Saint-Germain thumping Leverkusen 7-2.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Love it or leave it. Jeff Goebbels and also Reece Goodwin this week. Will Bourne's on his way to France, I reckon, for some horse sales in Newmarket. But we just played happy birthday because he's a great friend of ours here on Giddy Up, Andrew Hawkins, the deputy editor there of idlehorse.com. It was his birthday yesterday. Happy birthday to you, Andrew.
Oh, cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Didn't know you'd know that. There we go.
There you go.
Always surprised, mate.
No, a lot of our listeners knew it, so they've just sent through text messages saying, make sure you say happy birthday to the Hawk. Now, mate, it's hot in Sydney. Obviously, the meeting's been pushed back there to escape the heat. But in Victoria, who knows what's going to happen with these strong winds and the weather conditions there today. Hopefully we get to see the running of the Geelong Cup.
Absolutely. I mean, it's such a big race leading towards the Melbourne Cup. But I was listening to Jimmy before, and look, it's going to be a tough race, even if they're out there racing in those winds. If those westerlies are coming in, you just wonder how that's going to affect horses. I'm looking at a horse, especially like Gilded Water, who, if he's out and rolling, he's going to be on the circle without cover, and that's probably not ideal based on what Jimmy was saying.
Yeah. So he's, at $19 for the Melbourne Cup. He needs to win or basically at worst finish second. Would that be enough, second, to get him into the Cup?
Probably not.
No.
He'll get the prize money boost from it, but not enough to get him up into that position where he'll get a start. Obviously now the Geelong Cup's ballot exempt, so he'll obviously get there through a victory. But yeah, second probably not enough. Although that said, we've already started to see the attrition play its part. Obviously with Sir Delius, we've had a couple of others come out like Revelare and Sharp and Smart. So look, there's going to be more horses coming out. But probably does need to win today.
So Delius would be interesting. Surely they can't accept in the Craven Plate on Saturday. Surely.
Oh, it's one of these things where you just it almost puts a pit in your stomach just thinking if they do accept, what's going to happen. I mean, the one thing I would say is that we have seen it happen before where horses have failed the vet or failed the scans for Victoria. They've accepted for Sydney and they've ended up being scratched before racing. So I remember it happened with Gold Trip back in 2021. He was going to run, I think, in a Rosehill Gold Cup or something like that, and was withdrawn race morning. Royal Supremacy, they hoped to get to the races in Sydney last year as well. He obviously didn't make it there, and was fine a year later. So, you hope that he can't be allowed to accept, but who knows what's going to happen. We'll see these acceptances within the next hour.
I won't do a Kane Coons and say I'll ride to Brisbane if Lachie Neale plays in a grand final, but I'll walk to Sydney. I'll run to Sydney if he takes his place, Sir Dillis, in the Craven Plate. We wish he was there. I wish he was in a Cox Plate on Saturday, and he would have been hard to beat in a Melbourne Cup. From the Caulfield Cup, what horse do you want to be on now, Hawk?
Well, look, I think there were 3 really good trials in behind, maybe 4 in behind the winner, half yours. For me, look, Valiant King or Presage Nocturne were the 2. Valiant King, I must admit, if you told me at the start of October Valiant King would be a horse that I'd be keen on for a Melbourne Cup, I would have thought you're absolutely mental.
Yes.
But the blinkers have brought out the best in him. That Mark Cummings run was, he looked like the reincarnation of Farlap there, and he's proven in the Caulfield Cup that wasn't just a fluke. He gets down the weights, and Presage Nocturne, look, he was sensational, and will only appreciate getting out for the 2 miles. And look, if there's any rain about, it just enhances his chances as well.
One under Paul Bloodworth, who identified Presage Nocturne around 50 to 1 even on that Tuesday morning before the Caulfield Cup. I'm all over Maidan, Hawk. I know we're keen on the Caulfield Cup, but geez, I loved his run there in the Melbourne Cup. And I thought he might be questionable whether he would get 2 miles, but he got 2 miles on Saturday, so he should get 2 miles at Flemington.
He certainly did, didn't he? It was, look, probably not one of Andre Radzani's best rides, unfortunately, getting trapped deep from barrier 5 and look, shuffled back. But the way he finished off was terrific. And the thing is that form from the September Stakes has continued to stack up. Obviously, Gia Bellotto was 4th in the Arc, but Kalpana came out and won the Champions Fillies and Mares Stakes, a Group 1 at Ascot on the weekend. She was 2nd there in the September Stakes. So the form keeps stacking up. You just have to think that, look, if he can have a softer run, there's no reason he won't see out 2 miles and finish off after that. I must admit, I was questionable about it as well, but I think after Saturday, you'd be thinking he'll see out the trip, no problems, as long as he can switch off.
You travelled the world covering the biggest race meetings, and you talked to many people around the world regarding this wonderful game. Just explain the impact that Kane Rising has had on Australian racing, but especially the Everest, from your perspective.
Oh, look, I think it was the race. I think it was the win that was needed to give the race legitimacy. I think we all know how strong our sprinters are. You can tell people abroad that Asfoora probably would be the 20th or the 25th best sprinter in Australia, but people don't quite understand it because of the way that our racing is set up. We have so many Group 1s, for instance. People just struggle to be able to put our horses into perspective, especially abroad if they're not watching it all the time. But being able to see a horse like Kane Rising come in, you've got a benchmark there. He's beaten a horse like Zatono Rev, who we've seen go over to Europe and perform at a high level. He's beaten horses that have gone to Dubai and performed well, but to then see him come here, go away from that Sha-Tin 1200 where he's been so lethal, and to do it when he probably wasn't at his best, it just gives that race legitimacy now that it didn't have before. And I think we all knew that the Everest, I was an early doubter, but I think I'd definitely come around to the race, but it just gives it that international significance. And I think the other thing too is you look at the fact that Kaying Rising's now come into Sydney and won the Everest. We had Romantic Warrior come in and win the Cox Plate. Great for Hong Kong to get that to see that their horses can travel, and it might mean that we see more of their horses down both in Sydney and in Melbourne.
Couple of questions before we let you go, Hawk. Favourite Cox Plate moment over the years as we say goodbye to the Moonee Valley as we know it now on Saturday?
Oh, it's so sad to see it go. It's been such a great track. For me, I can't get past So You Think winning that first Cox Plate. For me, I was there the day he won his maiden at Rosehill. Yeah. I backed him early. I backed him 150 to 1. So for me, it's my best punting moment ever was him winning that Cox Plate. I went absolutely ballistic when he won. And so for me, that will never be topped as a moment. It was sensational.
I reckon you have to put him in the conversation. So you think we lost him during the week, but in the same conversation, with Winks and Black Caviar and Mackay Diva, the modern day greats with his record, especially overseas, to do what he did. And especially when Aidan O'Brien admitted that he didn't know how to train him for the first part of his time there in Europe.
Absolutely, and the thing is, and I think Shane Anderson made this point the other day, which people forget. You know, he ran in the Melbourne Cup, he ran in an arc, he ran fourth in an arc, he ran in a Breeders' Cup Classic at Churchill Downs, he ran in a Dubai World Cup, and he never disgraced himself. He ran in some of these incredible races. He obviously won Group 1s abroad. He won an Eclipse. He won a Prince of Wales' Stakes. You know, to be able to perform to that level, I think, as you say, he gets forgotten a little bit because his career really was split in two. But what he did was sensational, and you've got to remember as well. I mean, that run in the Melbourne Cup, he over raced most of the way. For him to stick on for third like he did was on that wet track behind American who you know bolted away. But it was such a strong effort as well. I mean, just a likeable horse, and what he's done at stud is terrific as well, especially given he didn't really get the greatest of opportunities, given he was that middle distance sort of horse, and you know, sprinters are obviously our forte.
As Reg Fleming said, he could have been trained out of the paddock. They could have got him out of the paddock, and he still would have won that Cox Plate when Pinker won in Ocean Park. With all due respect to those two mighty Cox Plate champions, just before we let you go, Hawk, who wins the Cox Plate?
Look, for me, I keep coming back to Antino. I just keep coming back to that performance. Look, he's had the good prep. I just think him taking off 800, it sets up for Moonee Valley perfectly. Especially a race that doesn't look like it's got a lot of pace, and especially if Globe comes out, even less pace. Look, Antino, he's never been one that I've been able to catch, but I just think on Saturday I'm going to be with him to continue Queensland's good run of late. They've been winning everything, so Antino might be the next in that line.
It feels like it could be just Brisbane's year with the Broncos, and they shouldn't have won the NRL with all of the great escapes. Well, that's a bit harsh, but they had so many great escapes during the final series, and then, of course, the mighty Brisbane Lions. Gilda Water can scratch today if there's another track downgrade as well. He can scratch as we speak if they wanted to, and they don't think that the wind conditions will suit him as well. So, and save him for Moonee Valley. We might see a few more scratching for the Geelong Cup meeting if the rain continues to fall. So we'll keep a close eye on that, Hawk. We appreciate your time. Happy birthday, mate. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers, guys. Thanks, Gareth. Appreciate it.
There's Andrew Hawkins, the deputy editor of idlehorse.com. It's 14 minutes past 9. We'll take a break. Love it or leave it coming up next.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, it's time to have your say. Are you loving it or leaving it?
Time to talk about some of the hot topics in the sport of thoroughbred racing, loving it or leaving it. Giddy Up brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au and you can catch Giddy Up live tomorrow morning. Can't wait for this at the Ascot Vale Hotel from 8 a.m. Then you can stick around after midday for a cold beer with the Giddy Up team for our Cox Plate preview luncheon. We've got James McDonald. He won't be having a beer. Either will Mark Sahara, but they'll both be there. Wayne Hawkes will have a beer. We'll have Tom Papley. I reckon King will be there. David King. Jack Jenkins, the USC superstar. Who else have we got there? Mark Hunter, David Gately, of course. And a few of the Giddy Up team members as well. David Taggart will be there, Miles Fitzner. So it will be some day tomorrow. You still get tickets. There's only about 10 or 15 left, I think. So all you need to do is go to the Ascot Vale Hotel on Instagram and go to their bio and you can still purchase tickets. But it will be a lot of fun, this luncheon tomorrow. Jeff Gables might be there. I don't know. He's such a busy man these days, the superstar at Married at First Sight. He's tipping winners for fun. He's one of the biggest owners in the game as well. Hello to you, Jeff.
Hello, Gareth. Great to be here.
And one of your trainers that you've never met is Reece Goodwin. So I thought, why not get him on Giddy Up so you can meet for the first time? Reece, hello to you, brother.
I love your work, G. How are we, boys?
Good, thank you.
Reece.
So what horse have you got with Reece?
I've got Il Cubo with you, Reece. I don't know if he's much chop at the minute.
On Friday night, that's for sure.
Yeah, there we go. We'll have to get a horse for Reece, and we'll get you involved there at the Marriott. We should have what's your syndication that you do?
Brute Racing.
Yeah. And how many horses have you got now?
I think we've got about 11 or 12.
Yeah. Are you on your way to Geelong, Reece?
Not quite yet. I'm just on my way home from the stables to go home and get ready for Geelong. So That's probably why you can hear the indicator, I guess.
Yeah, we're just going to see what happens with these conditions today. We had James Dalton on. We'll just cross our fingers and toes that it's not as bad as it is predicted this afternoon. But let's get stuck into love it or leave it. Via's Sistina will win the Cox Plate. I'm loving that. I know she's at $2 with Bet365, Reece, but the way she worked there at Moonee Valley yesterday morning suggests that she is ready to rumble. I haven't seen her that keen and with that much enthusiasm so far this spring. And she was towing James McDonald around the valley. She's the best horse in the race. I reckon there'll be a few moves there on Saturday and she'll show her class there on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I'm loving it also, G. I think interesting he's gone a different approach this time, Chris. He's made sure James stayed on it. He only went one lap instead of three, so hopefully that works out okay for him. But look, Chris is obviously a master trainer and he's had his eyes set on this race for 12 months and he'll have her peaking at the right time. You could maybe argue she's a couple of lengths below her best at Flemington, but I think he'll have her peaking for the right time. I think they probably hope Globe runs, so there's a bit of tempo without Globe. That can be interesting because, she's a big striding mare and she's going to want somewhat of tempo if it's a sit sprinting. We've seen that even though you're the best horse in the race, if the race isn't set up for you, you can get beaten. So I do think she's the best horse in the race, and if she obviously produces anything like last year, she's going to be incredibly hard to hold out.
It looks like Globe talking to Michael Kent Jr. Vitex that they're pretty confident that he will run in the Cox Plate. Jeff?
Perfect. Good to hear.
That is great to hear. With big races like this, you want full fields and you want the best horses running in it. I'm also loving Via getting the chocolates on Saturday. I love seeing champions be champions, and obviously the last couple of starts she hasn't been at her absolute best. And talking to Harry King the other day, he's optimistic and thinks she's going to bounce back. Yeah. So I think it's going to be a great race.
Second topic. That Moonee Valley and the Cox Plate needs to hit back at the King Charles. When you have a look at the King Charles this year, you would have had Charwolf horses like Mr. Brightside, Fangirl, for instance. Miss Pride of Jenny would have been a chance to be in the Cox Plate instead of competing in a King Charles. Now, I'm loving that because I think that they race in Victoria or Moonee Valley. They need to come up with a plan to try and as I said, hit back with the King Charles. I don't know how they do that, and I don't like coming up with opinions if you haven't got a solution to it, because you can't force Peter Volandes and Racing New South Wales to push back the King Charles. It would be better off if it was 2 weeks leading into, say, the Cox Plate. But at the moment, the King Charles is hurting the quality of the Cox Plate field, Jeff.
100%. And I guess the only way you can hit back, in my opinion, is prize money.
Yeah.
That's the big one,
It's worth $6 million this year compared to the King Charles, which is worth $5 million.
Oh, well, maybe it needs to be 10, but I mean, in saying that, there is no excuse why those good horses are going to the King Charles and not the Cox Plate.
Yeah.
But like you said, you look around, there was superstars everywhere in the King Charles, Group 1 winners, stars, and this, looking at this Cox Plate, I can't say the same thing. It's a solid field, but it's not a great field. And the King Charles, that was a great field.
Yeah, Reece?
Yeah, obviously it's incredibly tough, and the prize money is probably what is only going to change people's minds. I certainly don't have a solution for it. It's a real shame. I mean, for any sporting moments, you just want to have the best of the best, and of course it affects the horses, but it also affects the jockeys too, which there's positives to that, because as Harry Coffey said recently, it's helped him get the Caulfield Cup win last year, and obviously certain riders were able to pick up some decent rides this year. But, for racing, it is obviously vital to have the best of the best, and that's not just the horses, it's the jockeys, it's the trainers, it's the everything. But it's hard to knock what Volandes has done in Sydney. It's obviously a great day, and that race in particular, has taken a couple from us. So, again, I don't have a solution for it, unfortunately, but it is a little bit disappointing to see.
Now, a few people from Sydney wanted me to debate this, Dean Watling and the likes, that the Golden Eagle meeting is now bigger than the Victoria Derby meeting. Now, I'm leaving that because it doesn't matter. I don't care if Farlett comes back from the dead and turns up there in Sydney on boarding day and also Golden Eagle Day. There's nothing like Derby Day at Flemington when you walk through those gates, because Flemington's got that aura about it. It's the home of racing in this country. And obviously they've moved a few of the bigger races from Derby Day, like the McKinnon, and they've pushed it back to Champions Day. But when you see 70,000, 80,000 racegoers dressed in black and white like they were last year, and I reckon there was a young crowd at Flemington last year as well, you can't beat that. You can watch Sydney on the TV screens, and I respect what they've done there with the boarding. Obviously, they're going to hurt maybe the champion sprint. And the Golden Eagle's a beauty of a race. I don't care what people say. There's some good 4-year-olds going around in this year's race. When you got that Japanese horse, Autumn Glow, there's a chance that you might see Angel Capital. But there is nothing like Derby Day, Reece.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, G. Absolutely leaving that. I'm obviously in Victoria, and I probably should just stay in my lane, but the only day that's really caught my attention in Sydney probably is Everest Day.
Yep.
Golden Eagle Day, obviously it's a big day and there's great racing on and there's good prize money, but that start of the Flemington Carnival, I just don't know if that can be overtaken by anything. As you said, Farlett would have to come back.
Yeah.
And that might not even make it happen. So obviously I'm a Victorian boy and that's what I've grown up following, but yeah, just from my personal point of view, Everest Day certainly caught my attention and love what they're doing there, and that certainly had somewhat of an effect, but I can't really buy into the Golden Eagle Day taking over Derby that day. That's just my personal opinion anyway.
And you got the Coolmore for the 3-year-olds down that straight, in Derby and the Derby. So, good on New South Wales for doing what they're trying to do. Obviously, they're trying to make racing the best that they possibly can for their state. It worked with the Everest Day, and that's why they haven't got a crowd there for the Golden Eagle, and that's why they've had to move it from Rosehill to Randwick there, Jeff.
Yeah, 100%. I'm also leaving that. And like Reece said, as a Victorian, this is the race that everyone goes to.
Yeah.
Obviously, in terms of what the race is, it's not one of the big ones. It's not the Melbourne Cup, Caulfield Cup, Cox Plate. But if you talk to the general normal race goer like myself, or guys that I'm friends with, everyone goes to Derby Day.
Yeah.
Everyone in Victoria seems to go to Derby Day. I think it still is ahead.
And do you know what the best part about Derby Day is? That everyone gets it as well. They understand what Derby Day means, and you don't see anyone in a blue suit. They're all decked in black and white. And I think that's important that people understand what Derby Day is. So if you've got 80,000 people turning up in black and white, then someone's doing something right.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And also, too, like you said, it brings in the younger crowd. It's probably the only race in Victoria where the young crowd comes in, like we saw at the Everest.
And Caulfield was pretty good, I thought.
Yeah, it was actually quite good. And you know, like we've got to keep changing things and looking at what we can do to make things better. But Derby Day is the traditional one. The younger race goers go, the older race goers go. Everyone seems to be there, black and white. It is a great day and probably still the best day.
9:29, we'll take the news and we'll come back with plenty more. This is Love It or Leave It. Jeff Goebbels and the superstar young trainer Reece Goodwood with us on this Wednesday morning.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Anthony Albanese has labelled his US visit a success ahead of his return to Australia. He'll be leaving Washington with a backing for the AUKUS Pact and a minerals deal, while share prices of mining companies jumped considerably after the $8.5 billion critical minerals deal was announced. Much of the country is said to be struck by either hot or windy weather today, and a prosecutor says the jewels stolen from the Louvre this week are worth €88 million or 157 million Aussie dollars. Up next, sen.com.au sport. The new season of the NBA tips off soon. Oklahoma City Thunder is hosting the Houston Rockets, and later it's the LA Lakers up against the Golden State Warriors. And some of the results from this morning's UEFA Champions League matches: PSV 6-2 winners over Napoli, Newcastle getting up 3-0 over Benfica, and Paris Saint-Germain thumping Leverkusen 7-2.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up, Love It or Leave It. Jeff Goebbels, Reece Goodwin with me. We're just watching on racing.com V. Sistina's work, and James McDonald just couldn't hold her there, especially as they swung for home. So, yeah, I reckon she is on song. Michael says, morning, Gareth. Track report from Geelong. I'm working nearby. It is bucketing down. It doesn't look like a good day for the Cup day. Keep us updated there if you're around the Geelong area or heading to the Cup. 0499 736 736. Give us your reports there as we get closer to the start of that Geelong Cup meeting. The next Love It or Leave It, Sir Delius can't be running in Sydney on Saturday. I'm loving that because I can understand why the connections are frustrated. They spend a lot of money and they think their horse obviously is, there's nothing wrong with him, and he could have competed in a Cox Plate and headed to a Melbourne Cup. But I keep on saying this. When you've got three independent experts in imagery saying and suggesting to Racing Victoria that Sir Delius is a heightened chance of injuring himself in a Cox Plate and a Melbourne Cup, and he's the favourite for that race, trained by the legendary Gabe Waterhouse and Adrian Bott, and owned by some of the major players in this game. And then just over a week later, he heads to Sydney to run at a Craven Plate on Cox Plate weekend. Racing, it just hurts itself from time to time. And I know that they've entered him in the Craven Plate, but surely Reece Goodwin, like, he won't be competing in Saturday's Craven Plate. And as I said before, I will walk to Sydney if he turns up there on Saturday. We might have just lost Reece. Jeff?
Like you said, I think at the end of the day, the horse's safety and well-being is paramount. And if 3 independent people have said that it shouldn't run, then that tells the story. And the last thing we need in horse racing is an injury to happen. It goes up to Sydney, and that's just not a good look for our sport.
No, it's a terrible look. And the other part about it all is I'm not a spokesperson for Racing Victoria before you start texting in, but Racing Victoria desperately wanted Sir Delius in this year's Cox Plate and Melbourne Cup. As we said with Jared Waitley, Gay was the story heading towards the Cox Plate, looking for a first race, and you feel for Gay. But I just can't see him going around in a Craven Plate. Are you there, Reece?
Yes, sorry, boys.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree. It can't be running. It's a shocking look overall. And as you said, G, you can understand the frustration and the disappointment. They think the horse is fine and he's been the same all prep. But as you said, there's 3 individual people that are saying his horses at a heightened risk of having injury. And if for some reason, it's a massive if the horse was to run in Sydney Saturday and went amiss, how bad of a look would that be? So I don't think it is worth the risk, albeit obviously they don't see it that way, which is fair enough. But I think that the frustrating part for some people, and particularly people well in the know in racing, is how come he was okay to race a couple of weeks ago, and now obviously it's because this race is so well watched, the Melbourne Cup, that these scans are coming in. But I can see why people are scratching their heads and also frustrated. And why was this horse maybe not scanned at the start of the prep to make sure, he was okay 2 weeks ago when he won? Those types of things. Obviously, RV had to do something for our main race because of the way it was trending, but I can see why people are saying, why is that being cherry-picked, that race? All horses are important. Should all these horses, be checked for these type of risks? But obviously that's a massive exercise. So it's a tough one, but it was a decision that had to be made to keep our great race heading in the right direction. And, I'd be super shocked to see him in Sydney running Saturday.
Yep. All right, then let's move on to the next one. Half Yours should be the favourite for the Melbourne Cup. Well, I'm leaving that in a way. I think he was very good, Half Yours, and he's a great story. Calvin and Tony McAvoy have done a mighty job with him. He has to carry 53 kilos now in the Melbourne Cup. That's 2 more kilos than he carried, of course, in the Caulfield Cup. So he gets that 2 kilo penalty. So you have to respect what he's been able to do in a short amount of time. But he's giving those horses that were pretty close up to him there the other day, he's got to give them weight now for the Melbourne Cup, Jeff. So I reckon it'll be a great story if the McAvoys can pull it off. And he is flying, and you do have to respect him. But I don't understand why he was $3.50 after the Caulfield Cup. He's now back out to $5. Al Riffer $6, Valiant King $8. I don't think he'll start favourite by the time we get to the Melbourne Cup, Jeff.
Well, in terms of prices, the favouritism with $5 in a Melbourne Cup is actually a joke when you think about it. And I think it's funny when you look at the future markets. No horse should ever be under $10 to $15 for the Melbourne Cup, because I can't remember a horse that actually won it at a short price anyway. But in saying that, 2 kilos from the Caulfield Cup, it's 53 kilos. It's still very light. And like we saw on Saturday, carrying 51, weight is everything. Fitter again. It'll be a monumental training effort if Half Yours can win the Melbourne Cup, but I actually quite like it.
Okay, Reece?
Yeah, probably leaving it, G. Obviously a little bit of an overreaction in the market, which always happens, and he's probably drifted out to a more reasonable quote, but he's no Al Riffer, and of course the hurdle for Al Riffer is he has to travel over here and firstly pass the scans again probably. But he's got to run 2 mile as well, and that's obviously a big cloud for a lot of horses. I know we're about to touch on. So you think even he couldn't, because he just pulled way too hard over 2 miles. It's a different race. It's just a whole different adventure for these horses. So to be having him favourite now and to be backing him, I think would be quite silly, as we all probably aware of. He can win the race, no doubt about it, but he's certainly not a betting proposition, I wouldn't have thought.
International riders are a waste of time for our major races. I'm leaving that, just leaving that, because even the French jockey who rode Presage Nocturne there on Saturday, I thought it was a great ride. People were critical. It was a terrible ride on Meydan by Andre Assini, but his ride in that Melbourne Cup last year aboard Sardozi, I reckon, was a great ride. Sardozi wasn't good enough. But history tells you it doesn't pay off, that they get it wrong more times than they get it right, Reece Goodwin. So if I had an international horse that was a major chance, I would use one of our local jockeys who know the conditions, know their fellow riders, and understand how you ride in Australian conditions far better than the international hoops.
Yeah, I think you're probably bang on, G. I'd probably rather someone know conditions, the other jockeys around you. I'd rather them know as much as they can before going out in such a major race rather than just knowing the animal. Of course, they've got a great understanding and they know what's best for the horse, but there's so many other variables in Australian racing that sort of can throw those international riders out. So I think Henry Dwyer, sticking with Oisin Murphy is probably a great example. Henry was pretty smart and had Oisin, who obviously knows the tracks over there and the other jockeys and conditions really well, and obviously paid dividends. So, as you said again, history says it doesn't really work for them, but I can understand the reasons for, well, one, loyalty, and two, I can see why the jockey that's been riding it overseas would want to stick with it, and it's a hard call to make to put a jockey on that's never ridden the horse before, but history doesn't lie, does it?
No,
I agree. I wouldn't have an international jockey ride a horse coming in from overseas. But, yeah, like you both mentioned it, track conditions and also the tendencies of the other riders around you. Being here, racing with them every single weekend, you'll know what's likely to happen with the speed maps, track patterns, and what a jockey's likely to do. So I would not have a international jockey on my horse, that's for sure.
Just going back to half yours, he did carry 52.5. I was just getting confused with myself. He carried 50. Well, he was 51 in the Melbourne Cup, and now he carries 53 with that penalty of 2 kilos after winning the Caulfield Cup with 52.5 on his back. Appreciate that, Richo. Now, the last one before we go, for Love It or Leave It, is regarding one of my favourite horses in So You Think. Are we loving or leaving this? So You Think is in the same conversation than Winx, Black Caviar and Maccabi Diva as a modern-day great of Australian racing, Reece.
Look, I'm going to be harsh, G, and I'm going to leave it because when the question comes up, it's always Winx or Black Caviar. Is it Winx, Black Caviar, or So You Think?
Yeah.
It's not a common question, unfortunately, and I don't want to take anything away from So You Think. He was a marvel of a horse and done a lot of things a lot of other horses couldn't do. And that Melbourne Cup where he dead set pulled as hard as he possibly could for that far to still battle on and ran third was a massive, massive run, and not many horses could do that. But it's just not in the question for mine. That everyone knows Winx and Black Caviar, and the question always is between those two, unfortunately. So it's a tough leave it, but I am going to be brutal on him, unfortunately.
I agree with Reece. I'm definitely leaving that one. And the conversation of should it be discussed with those horses, it would have already happened, but obviously, sadly, passed away.
Yes.
And now we're asking the question. But if it was with those horses, then it would have already been, discussed and we would have talked about it. But, I think So You Think's in that sort of that same echelon as like Very Elegant and Via Sustina, 10 Group 1s, 11 Group 1s. Probably that rung down.
Yeah.
Not quite on the Mount Rushmore, but, right there.
I've always said that you have to put him in the same conversation because he did what no other Australian horse has ever done, and he turned up in a Dubai World Cup. He turned up in an Arc de Triomphe, in a Breeders' Cup in America. So he went to every continent, dirt and grass, and performed at the highest of levels. And he would have won 4 Cox Plates, as Reg Fleming pointed out. The Cox Plates he would have won after he won his second. He could have been trained out of the paddock to win those Cox Plates. He was a superstar. But you two make a very good point. But I just think that he did what no other Australian horse has been able to do. When you have a look at his record from an international perspective, he was an extraordinary animal. Hey, we've run out of time. Who are you tipping in the Cox Plate, Jeff?
Via, the champ, just gets it done.
What about you, Reece?
Well, I was going to mention it before. I've always been a massive fan of Aliana, and the way Chris is talking about, how he was possibly sending her back to Sydney, he wasn't 100% happy with her. I heard during the week that he was really pleased with how she's come on since that last run. That coat's really starting to come through. He wouldn't run her if she wasn't 110%, and I think she showed that she can get very close to Via Sustina, albeit it might not have been at Via's best distance, but Huey coming back, wouldn't it be some type of win to see
Yeah.
Huey win another Cox Plate and possibly knock off Via Sistina? So I'm going to tip Eliana.
Should we have something each way on British Poet at Geelong?
He needs it to keep raining. Heavier the better. I wouldn't be tipping with any sort of confidence, G. If I'm going to leave you with one, it's the horse running tomorrow at Mornington, Rosa Aotearoa. It just got bobbed out of a win first run for the stable a couple of weeks ago at Sale. Not guaranteed to run, depending on how much rain we get, but he's certainly a horse to look out for to break a maiden very soon.
Thanks for that, mate. Appreciate it, Reece.
Thanks, boys. Have a
There's
good one.
Reece Goodwin. Good on you, Jeff. Keep on dominating. Keep
Thanks,
owning
mate.
winners.
I need a winner. I haven't had one for a
Good
while.
to see the Married at First Sight there, just getting straight into with all your stardom these days. You needed 2 bodyguards at Caulfield on Saturday.
You're
Good on-
looking very sharp yourself, mate.
Good on you, Jeff. There's
mate.
Jeff Goebels there. Time for a break. We'll come back with plenty more straight after this. This is Giddy Up on a Wednesday morning.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. So you think as 5 Northern Hemisphere Group 1s, he has to be rated above wings. That's from James from Caulfield. Paul Sebastiani, as we go through a few text messages, there's been a host of them this morning as we talk about our favourite Cox Plate moments as well. Gareth, why are you, local trainer vets who deal with these horses every day? That's from Andy. I understand that, Andy, but he's got these independent experts, specialists in imagery, and once they say that about a horse, I think it's difficult for the racing game to see it race in another state without getting it past.
Love it or leave it, boys. Have copped a little bit of a clip for not giving So You Think the credit that this gentleman off the text line thinks that the horse deserves, and I agree. I think So You Think is right up there in the conversation. Is he? I'll ask you this, G. This is one you can ponder. Is he the best colt we've had in the last 30 years?
Who So You Think?
Race course-wise in the last 30 years?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And he went to every big dance.
Yep.
Yeah.
Has to be right up there.
From a racing perspective with his record, there's a few colts to get retired early, of course. I hope he runs, Sir Delius. A few text messages coming through there. Presage Nocturne with 56.5. Is that too much weight to carry for this horse to win? That's a good point there, Swanee. Like he has to give 2.5 kilos to his favourite El Riffa, but they reckon he'll love Flemington, he'll love 2 miles. So I think he's still a live chance, especially with the way he went in a Caulfield Cup. Hi, Jeeves. So Delius wasn't nominated for the Melbourne Cup. He wouldn't have been scanned and he would have been running on Saturday. So that shows it's complete rubbish, nothing more than an illusion that something is being done. I don't agree with that because it wouldn't be being done if it was a load of rubbish. They're doing it for a reason, of course.
Coolmore is the most important race for stallions. Has that changed over the last 10 years?
I think now from a 3-year-old perspective it is, yeah. The Coolmore for the sprinters.
Agree with that.
What was Andrew Hawkins' tip for the Melbourne Cup, Gareth? I think it was Presage Nocturne. I think
it might have been
the
as
French
well.
galloper.
Hence the reference to the weight in that text message before as well.
Now, we're going to have a big announcement coming up after 10 o'clock. It regards the harness racing slot race, the Ultimate Drivers Championship that was a success in February there with Racing Queensland. They had international representation. I reckon there's a strong chance that there's going to be an announcement this morning here on Giddy Up that one of the biggest superstars in the sport of harness racing will be heading to Brisbane. Now, I'm not giving too much away, I don't think, but that announcement will be coming up pretty shortly.
Even Juppy's listening in from Bendigo. I like this. He said, could Reese have got So You Think to settle in a Melbourne Cup? We'll ask him that next time he's on,
He
Reese.
probably could. He probably could. Morning, boys. Was listening to Bossy with the Peter V'landys saying the Everest must keep moving forward. He reckons the next step is to take it under lights at Randwick. Love it or leave it. I'm leaving that because that won't happen, especially I know that they have to keep on evolving, and Bossy's podcast is sensational, Glenn Boss. And I think that was Adam Peacock that mentioned that. That was his opinion, that if they want to continue to evolve it, that has to be under lights. I don't know, that'll take it. That process will take...
Don't doubt PVL.
Yeah, 5 or so years for that to happen. Hey, I've got to take a break. On the other side of it, we'll wrap up this particular hour here on Giddy Up, and then the big announcement regarding the Ultimate Drivers Championship, the slot race for harness racing drivers thanks to Racing Queensland. We'll have an announcement of a few of the drivers straight after the 10 o'clock news.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Don't forget, tomorrow morning we're at the Ascot Vale Hotel. We're live from the Ascot Vale Hotel from 8 a.m. And then I think the doors open at 11 o'clock. What a panel we have for you in that final hour there tomorrow morning. Miles Fitzon will be there, but we'll get Tony Golan. The blogger will be back with us. James McDonald will join us for part of that final hour as well. We might even get Mark Zara to come in. So that will be a busy final hour and Giddy Up tomorrow morning. And then we have that luncheon. Mark Zara, James McDonald, Wayne Hawkes. We've got Tom Papley, David Gately, Mark Hunter to join me for a luncheon there at the Ascot Vale Hotel. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's limited tickets still available. All you need to do is go to the Ascot Vale Hotel on Instagram, follow their bio, and away you go, and you can purchase some tickets there.
Powered by Signet. Hello there, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. The Prime Minister is heading back to Australia after a successful meeting with the US President. Anthony Albanese and Donald Trump solidifying the AUKUS Pact and reaching a major critical minerals deal. The PM telling Nine the Australia-US alliance has never been stronger.
I spent almost 3 hours with the President, and then I had important meetings with the Treasury. Had dinner last night with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and his team. Met with dozens of members of Congress today. It's all gone very well.
Hot and windy weather is hitting much of the country today. Wild winds are forecast for parts of Victoria, Tasmania, WA and South Australia, where strong winds have seen trees come down from Port Elliot to Waterfall Gully to Gawler East, while extreme heat in Sydney, where it'll reach 39 degrees. It's been confirmed US aviation company Air T as the buyer of Rex Airlines. The federal government bailed out the regional carrier after it fell into administration 15 months ago. The median price of a third of Australian properties have hit a record price of $1 million plus. $1 million suburbs have surged 143% over the past 5 years. And to mark the 40th anniversary of Back to the Future, Gibson is launching a special replica guitar Marty McFly used at the Enchantment Under the Sea dance.
Guess you guys aren't ready for that yet, but your kids are going to love it.
Up next, SEN Sport. Mason Cox is determined to continue his AFL career after the Pies chose not to offer him a contract. The big Texan telling SEN he's keen to add to his 139 games, but won't say if there's been any interest.
I get that Collingwood is an ageing list, and unfortunately I think I've been somewhat of a sacrifice to that. That's just kind of part of the game, and hopefully someone else can see value in me and appreciate me being there.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Busy hour coming your way here on Giddy Up on this Wednesday morning. We'll continue to give updates there at Geelong. Rain has settled, they tell me. But Merv has just reported, just for the punters out there, rain has increased. This was about 10 minutes ago and has the wind down here in Geelong. So I just got a text message 30 seconds ago saying it sort of stopped, but then it started again. So who knows? We'll keep you updated. At the moment, the track is a soft 5. It is reported to be, but we'll give Jimmy Dolson a phone call in the next half an hour as well to get another update to see what is actually happening there at Geelong. 0499 736 736 to join our conversation. We've got trial time coming your way. Looking forward to that. We'll catch up with Matty Morton and also Dean Watling. And we've got Hong Kong Corner. Tom Wood will join us to go through his best there at Happy Valley, but also we'll have a chat about Karting Rising. You ride back in Hong Kong overnight. So looking forward to catching up with Tom Wood there. But Harness Racing Queensland or Racing Queensland have done a wonderful job with a new slot race that kicked off in February. It had so much success. The turnover was through the roof. They attracted the best drivers from around the world for this slot race called the Ultimate Drivers Championship. And it was the first of its kind anywhere in the world, and they're doing it once again. And they're about to announce the slot holders and, of course, the drivers for next year's Ultimate Drivers Championship, which will be held in February. The boss of harness racing for Racing Queensland is Andrew Clark, and he joins us now. Good morning, Andrew.
Morning, Gareth. How are you?
It is an exciting time.
It is. It's fantastic. I was lucky enough to be involved, but slightly from the other side of the fence earlier this year because I hadn't started here yet. So I got to see it from the Ladbroke side, from the slot holders side. So it was just fantastic. I don't think anybody realised how good it was going to be. And the number of people that have told me it was the best event on the harness racing calendar that they've been to was just phenomenal. So, yeah, really looking forward to pushing ahead again.
And so what did it do from an industry perspective regarding new eyeballs to the sport, especially from an international perspective? And I guess the biggest test to any of these type of new events is what it does from a turnover perspective.
Yeah, look, the turnover earlier this year was just huge. It was sort of, I think, 2 times the normal turnover on the Friday night of heats, and then 3 times the normal turnover for a Saturday night, which is just massive. So, around the world, Scandinavia, there were Facebook posts being shared. There were people tuning in from there, people tuning in from North America, people from New Zealand, and, you know, the confidence that people have to back these world-class drivers, I think, showed up in the turnover figures.
Now, you're not going to announce all of the slot holders today, but you can give us a few. So we were the defending champions, SEN Track, RSN these days, and along with Garrett's Horse and Hound. And it was one of the stories of the year in the sport of harness racing when Angus Garrett stole the show. He was the outsider of the field, basically. And you've defeated some of the world's best, like a Dexter Dunn and a Gary Hall Jr. Have we got our slot back?
Well, I'm glad you put an application in,
yes.
And Darren put an application in, because I am very pleased to announce that you do have a slot.
Beautiful. We are over the moon, so we can't wait to go and defend our title. And Angus Garrett, he will be ready to go as well. And as I said, he was one of the stories of the year when it comes to harness racing, with Angus defeating some of the world's best drivers to win the first ever Ultimate Drivers Championship. So Darren's about to join us shortly. What other announcements have you got for us today?
Yeah, just on Angus as well, who's also the quickest driver to drive 1,000 winners as well. So, you know, he just took that success earlier in the year, and he's really kicking goals. He's a great young man and a really good driver to boot. So, so let's start with one of our returning slot holders.
Yes.
So I should say at this stage we've got 6 sort of returning slot holders and 4 new ones. And we're very happy to have new ones come in because, again, it just exposes more people to harness racing, and it's such a fantastic concept. So the Gloucester Park Gurus are back, headed up by Mick Radley, and some very well-known personalities over in WA, in Senior and a few other people. So fantastic to have them back. We have the Herb Factor, which is Ryan Spice and Betfair. They're coming back just under a slightly different banner. So great to see them back. One of our new ones is Marburg Gold, and that's the guys down at Marburg Harness Racing Association who've teamed up with some of their major sponsors, including Goldbet and some of the businesses around Marburg, and they're really going to promote through their membership the Ultimate Driver. And we have one new one called the Bionic Jokers, and I think we're going to talk with them fairly soon.
Yep. So the Bionic Jokers, I think Harvey Kaplan's looking after that. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yep, and he joins us now. Harvey, congratulations. Well done.
Listeners?
Yes, hello to you, Harvey. You've been a great supporter of harness racing for so many years. What inspires you to get involved here with this slot drivers race that's a little bit different to, say, other concepts across the three codes?
Look, to be honest, I mean, I saw last year the promotion, and I wasn't involved last year. I was actually over in New Zealand for the sales and then came over to Brisbane for the sales. And nobody could stop talking about how much fun it was, just the buzz around the place. And I turned around to my wife and I said, next year, we're going to get involved. And so, that set the scene. There's been a bit of planning in the background in terms of putting together our group and obviously wanting to secure a global headline act. And we've been able to do that.
And who have you got? That's the big question, Harvey.
We have got the Bionic Man, Tim Tetrick.
Unbelievable. One of the world's greatest ever. There's no doubt about that. His record speaks for itself. One of the most successful drivers in North American history. And the great man joins us here on Giddy Up, live from the States. Tim Tetrick, welcome to Giddy Up and congratulations.
Oh, thank you, guys. I'm very honored to be on this show. Thank you.
Now, tell me this. My mail was last year that you're a little bit dirty that you didn't compete in the first ever running in the Ultimate Drivers Championship, and being the competitor that you are, you made sure that you got a slot this year.
Well, thanks to Harvey. Harvey reached out, and, so it was great. I was glad to get the invite, and I like to be able to go to cool things, and last year looked awesome, and I felt left out. I had a little FOMO going on because I didn't get to go,
Yeah. You've been to Australia before. We met, I think, during an Inter-Dominion at Gloucester Park. But what impressed you most about this Ultimate Drivers Championship last year from afar?
Just the competitive part of it, the different outlook on it. And, you get all the world's best drivers to show up, and, some of the best world drivers to show up. And, I had the FOMO, and I wanted to be involved in it, and it worked out.
Yeah. So how long will you be in Australia for? Will you just come for that week regarding the Ultimate Drivers Championship, or will you spend a little bit of time back in Australia, Tim?
Well, hopefully I get to spend time. There's a lot of engagements that I have back in the States.
Yeah.
We race year round back home, but, we're going to make a trip out of it. Me and the missus are going to go, and, we're going to make a little vacation out of it, a little work involved, but, I plan on having a good time when I come back to Australia. I love Australia. It's just beautiful to get to be there.
And Harvey, was it an easy decision to try and get Tim after all? Because when you think about the greats of the sport, Tim Tetrick is quickly into that conversation.
Absolutely. And Tim and I actually have a bit of a history going back to when he actually was in Australia last time.
Yep.
So through the great mare that I own, Nike Franco.
Yeah.
Tim actually drove her for us over in Western Australia, I think at Pinjarra, actually, in one of her lead-up races to winning the Group 1 over there. And so, we had a little bit of a connection back then, and through Dean Braun, who's also part of our syndicate group.
Yep.
Dean's had a long-standing relationship with Tim. And so when we decided to get involved, there really was only, one driver that we wanted to get.
Yeah. And Tim, with all the success that you've had in the game as well, and you've travelled around the world and tasted success, this is a little bit different, but you've seen a few of the Australians go over to North America, like Dexter Dunn, who's had so much success, the McCarthy boys of recent times, and they've been able to take some of the best drivers on in North America and get some of the biggest prizes in harness racing. I would imagine you'd be determined to come to Australia and win a race or a series like this to get the bragging rights over the Aussies.
I'd love to. Because the boys have come over here and pay cuts for everybody when they come over here. So if I could go back and kind of repay the favor, it's just a little bit of what they've taken from me, but it's a great sport, and anytime I can help grow it or be part of it, that's what I want to do. If my great grandkids want to be in the horse business, I want them to be able to. So anything we can do to help grow it, I'm on it. And
you're one of the biggest names in the sport, but a lot of the highest profile harness racing lovers go to you, Tim, especially Nikola Jokic, of course, the superstar NBA player. Explain your relationship with the world's best basketball player and his love for the sport of harness racing.
You just said it there. He just has a love for it. He loves to follow it. He loves to be involved in it. And, that's pretty much all of it. He just loves the sport of horse racing. He's a great basketball player. He makes his money playing basketball, but he's told me many times, like, I would trade you spots. It's like $400 million in difference, but, he just loves it. He loves the way they race them, the competitiveness of it, the work ethic you have to be in our business. Because everybody knows our business is tough to be in.
Yeah.
It costs money, but it's hard to compete at that high level. And, they're just like athletes, and, they get hurt. They stay in the game, and they don't get in the game, and and me and Joker, we've talked about that many times, but, it's cool to have him on your side to talk little stuff like that.
Have you ever gone to Serbia to drive one of his horses?
No, I haven't been to Serbia yet, but he said I'd be more than welcomed and I'd be very well protected.
Beautiful. You might have to get him involved in your syndicate for this Ultimate Drivers Championship. We'll get the Joker in Australia cheering you on. We might even give him a drive.
Watch the space, Gareth.
He'd love that.
Well, you got an exclusive for me, Harvey.
Well, no, we are called the Bionic Jokers, so you'll just have to wait and see what transpires over the coming months.
Wowee. All right, then. That'll make my day if that happens. Hey, Tim, we can't wait to have you here in Brisbane in February next year. You're a great ambassador for the game, a legend of the sport, and I'm looking forward to seeing if you can take out the Ultimate Drivers Championship. But unfortunately, Tim, I've got some bad news. Giddy Up and SEN Track, along with our partners, we've got the youngest, the brightest young superstar in the sport at the moment, Angus Garrett, that made Dexter Dunn look silly last year when we defeated Dexter and a few of the biggest names in the sport. So you will have to stay off the beers and all that and be determined and committed to try and take on Angus and take our crown off us next February. But we wish you the best of luck.
I welcome for the challenge. I'm up for it, and hopefully it works out. And it's anybody knows this game. Yeah. There's a lot of luck involved. So hopefully I'm lucky that day, and you never know what can happen.
Good on you, Tim. Thanks for joining us, mate. Can't wait to see you in Brisbane in February.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
There's Tim Tetrick there. Good on you, Harvey. That is exciting, mate. Well done with getting Tim Tetrick. And if you can get Joker to turn up in Brisbane as well, you will be the king.
Well, I don't know about getting Joker to turn up because it is the middle of the NBA season.
Oh, that's a good point you make.
we'll see what we can do about having him in our corner.
Yeah, well, that is exciting. We appreciate you coming on, Harvey, and well done, and we wish you the best of luck. Not too much luck there next February.
Thanks, Gareth. Look forward to it.
There's Harvey Kaplan there. And we've got Darren Garrett that joins us from Garrett's Horse and Hound, obviously teaming up with Giddy Up and SEN Track and RSN once again. Hello to you, Darren. Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thanks, Gareth.
Looking forward to taking on Tim Tetrick now with Angus. And as Andrew Clark pointed out, it was a big moment in Angus's career last year to beat those world-class drivers and win the Ultimate Drivers' Championship.
Oh, it was massive, Gareth. It was fantastic, and it was good for us, good for SEN, and the Ultimate Driver I think is great for harness racing, and we need concepts like this to keep moving forward in the game.
Did it surprise you how big it was last year?
Yes and no. Probably the first night, but then the second night it was just, you just knew it was great, and it's going to get bigger and better, I'm sure.
Yeah, and Andrew Clark, the boss of harness racing at Racing Queensland's with us now. It's important that I think there's 4 new slot holders that have come into play, but when you can have passionate people like Harvey Kaplan who thinks outside of the square, and it'll be a bit of money to get Tim here, but I think it's great for the series to have that international flavour once again, Andrew.
Oh, we definitely need it.
Yeah. Is Clarkey still with us? I think he's gone, but we do need it, don't we, Darren? It adds a lot to the series.
It certainly does. It certainly does. Tim Tetrick is an idol of everybody.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic man. I think Angus had his photo taken with him years ago at Menangle,
Yeah.
He just idolised him. So, it's just this series, we just got to make it bigger and better again and just keep moving forward.
We will do just that, but well done. We're in that series again. Let's hope we can get the chocolates there, Darren. But I appreciate you coming on Giddy Up.
No worries at all. Thank
Well done,
you.
mate. There's Darren Garrett there. So Garrett's Horse and Hound teaming up with us once again for the Ultimate Drivers' Championship. Angus Garrett will be our driver. But the new slot holders is, of course, Harvey Kaplan and his team, and they have announced that Tim Tetrick, the superstar North American driver, will be representing them in this year's Ultimate Drivers' Championship. It's 20 minutes past 10. Check out racingqueensland.com.au for where Queensland is racing today. We'll take a break on the other side of it. Looking forward to catching up with Dean Watling and the trial guy, Matty Morton, for trial time on this Wednesday morning.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Now on Giddy Up, it's time for Trial Time with Dean Watling.
Hello to you, Dino.
Morning, Gareth. How are you?
Plenty to discuss. We'll go through our trials pretty quickly today. It's a jam-packed show, so we'll start off with number 5, something that you definitely don't have, long legs.
I do, gee, 6 foot tall, that's long enough. But no, Gay Portelli has this Russian Revolution 3-year-old filly. Gee, he's probably a stable that's hard to catch at the moment, but hopefully Long Legs is a winner for him soon. Debuted in 2 nice enough races, Pillow Flight, Gillette, and a couple others around the form lines there. Back-to-back really impressive trials in good time out in front. So Long Legs off to the races probably in the next 2 weeks, and look for that to be 12 to 1,300 metres.
You've got number 4 is a Chris Wallace, son of Maurice, that you found for us.
Viva Mauricio is the name of this Galloper G. Debuted in a really strong Randwick maiden. Grand Eagle won that. Acacia was in that race. Started $20 there and was beaten a long way. It obviously didn't handle the race day experience. Pretty sure it's been gelded, G. It's really well bred. The dam Pretty Elsa, obviously a half to the dam that produced Lady of Camelot and Queen of the Ball. So breeding lines are great. J-Mac was on for this. Really quiet first trial, 742 metres. Looked for a second trial of 1,000, and the Mauricio will be off to the races and hopefully a winner.
Bjorn Baker's filly by Invincible Dorito is number 3 for your trialers this week.
Yeah, Bjorn's got a stack of these horses, G, that probably looked good in their first prep off the trials and maybe didn't handle the race day experience. So Goldmane was one the other week, Swordplay another, and Dorito lands right in that category. Debuted behind Pen Pal, started right in the market, $5.50, so there was market confidence. 19 weeks off since that, and looked really sharp in a recent trial. Looked a lot more physically strong, in that trial too, and just loved his last 100 metres. He was coming away from his rivals. Look for a second trial again for him over sort of 900 plus, and Dorito back to the races very soon for Bjorn Baker.
Beautiful. And then we've got Shangri-La Impact, which is a Stephanos 4-year-old mare for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott as your number 2 trialer of the week. She showed plenty at her last preparation. She even went to a Queensland Oaks and she led and faded on that occasion. But she's got plenty of upside, and you've liked the way that she's trialled?
Yeah, exactly, G. A bit of a strange horse. Obviously rose through the grades somewhat last prep, then went straight to Group 1. Probably didn't handle beaten a long way, but loved her recent trial. Scorched Lane was on the inside and Celtic Sin was in 3rd. So they're terrific yardsticks for how she's come back, and she looks much better than those, looked better through the line as well. So I think she's come back in terrific order off that 2,200 metre Queensland Oaks effort. This was 1,050 metres. You're looking at that pedigree, G. It suggests you'd probably have another 1,200 metre hit out before heading back to the races. But convinced Shangri-La Impact for Waterhouse and Bott's come back that 2 to 3 lengths better this time in.
So at the moment, number 5 is Long Legs. That's LONG space legs. Number 4 is Viva Mauricio, which is VIVA space MAURICIO. Number 3 is Dorito, JRRRITO. And then number 2, Shangri-La Impact, SHANGRI space La, space Impact, of course, IMPACT. And then number 1 is Plaintiff, PLAINTFF, basically. So who trains this horse and why is this horse your number 1?
Probably the most informed trainer, or one of in Sydney, Peter Snowden. Gee, he's having a fantastic season. Obviously had that split with the sun, but he's going terrific. And Plaintiff comes out of that really hot heat we touched on 2 weeks ago with Swordplay and Brunelli. G, if you remember that heat, I think that's going to produce a stack of winners. $2.2 million yearling. James Aaron bought, but where's the Camilleri, the fairway silks there, G? Loved the first trial, wasn't asked for a whole lot of effort, but the second one, they're out there to a little bit more business. Tommy Berry gave this 3-year-old filly a shake-up. She's obviously by a prompt response, so bred well. And her turn of foot she showed, G, when she was showing that Persuader was outstanding. Frenelli was in that heat. There's a couple other nice horses, but loved her turn of foot. The time was very, very sharp, and she's ready to head to the races. I'd suggest wherever she goes, Metro Mated, more likely, she'll be incredibly hard beaten. I think she can progress to that black type in time. She looks very smart, as you'd expect for that $2.2 million price tag.
Yes. Any horses from your black book that we should be backing today from the trials?
Yes, race 6, G, going to have a two-bet play. Lyles and Crep Myrtle are the two that I really like in that heat. Big Tiger was number 1 a couple of weeks ago. G goes around in race 1 today. Looking at the pedigree, though, maybe needs his hit out, and then second, third up, that's when we aim up. But the bet today is race 6 there, Crep Myrtle and Lyles. I think they're nice enough horses, and we wait for noms to drop for the weekend.
Good on you, Dino. Thanks for that.
Thanks, G.
There's Dean Watling there. We'll take the news. Matty Morton to join us next.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. The Prime Minister is heading back home to Australia after a successful meeting with the US President in Washington. From extreme heat in Sydney and Queensland to damaging winds across Victoria, South Australia, WA and Tasmania, large parts of Australia is bracing for wild weather today. The median price of a third of Australian properties have hit a record price of $1 million plus, and pet owners urged to be on alert with tick paralysis season beginning across the eastern part of the country. Coming up next, sen.com.au sport. Mason Cox is determined to continue his AFL career after the Pies chose not to offer him a contract. The big Texan telling SEN he's keen to add to his 139 games, but won't say if there's been any interest.
I get that Collingwood is an ageing list, and unfortunately I think I've been somewhat of a sacrifice to that. That's just kind of part of the game, and hopefully someone else can see value in me and appreciate me being there.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall. Trial time with Matty Morton.
Time to find you a few winners with Trial Guy now. Matty Morton joins us now on Trial Time. Hello to you, Matt.
Good morning, Gareth. Good morning, listeners.
5-1 with your top trials for the week. We'll start off with the Flemington jump outs and Hill Rip for the Corstons and Larkin team.
Absolutely. Hill Rip has always shown his share of ability and won well last time when conditions and race maps suited him well. A month since he last raced, but looks to be in very good form if his jump out on Friday is any indication. He settled in behind a good speed with cover and moved menacingly under a tight hold once in the clear. He could have won by as far as he liked. He's in at the Valley on Friday night. As long as he gets an inside draw and a soft run with cover, he's going to be very hard to beat. And a soft 5-6, but nothing worse will suit him.
You found one for the Freedman's Botanical Boy there at Cranbourne?
Yeah, he went around heat 4. Lightly raced 4-year-old Botanical Boy from the Freedman camp looks to have plenty of upside off his mark of 62. A solid win on debut was followed by 2 good efforts when not everything went his way, including one where he's caught very wide throughout. Travelled strongly and won in spite of solid resistance from the rider with plenty of hand on Monday. If he can find cover and a decent tempo to follow, he'll progress nicely through the grades this campaign. Botanical Boy will be even better if he can learn to settle this time round.
Here Comes the Star. That's HEAR space comes, COMES. The Star, all separate words as well. For the Maloney teams, your number 3 trialer.
Yeah, it's all one word, I think, Gareth.
Oh, is it? There we go. It is actually one word. Sorry, apologise for that.
Yeah, 5-year-old mare, Here Comes the Star, has displayed a good level of ability from day one and is especially good when fresh. An excellent performance first time out this spring when defeating Ray Magnero, and we know how that form's looking after Saturday. That was followed up on Monday with another fine gallop, defeating Coleman and Jimmy Ricard in very slick time. Here Comes the Star, sat outside the leader throughout and was too strong on the line under a soft enough ride. The mare looks set for another strong showing first up and must be respected on any ground. Her one Achilles heel might be a really fast track, but we're not going to encounter that soon.
Here Comes the Star. You are right. That 5-year-old mare that's done a good job for Johnny Maloney. Calamari Ring is your next horse that you want to take from the triallers. That's your number 2 trialler of the week.
Absolutely. Very interesting, Calamari Ring. A $140,000 yearling purchase, and unraced 2-year-old Calamari Ring has a catchy name, and few would have missed her eye-catching performance on Monday. She's up against older horses, jumped from the outside gate, settled near last at about 7 wide, balanced up in the straight, received a tap on the shoulder, and then mowed them down under a hold. She's from the same family as New Zealand champion 2-year-old Warhorse, and the daughter of Street Boss looks to have plenty of ability to match that pedigree. So watch out for Calamari Ring.
And Fear No Evil is the final of your triallers, and it's number 1 there for the Waterhouse and Bott team.
Absolutely. Followers of this segment enjoyed a good result last week with Waterhouse winner Surf and Bird. And they look to have another progressive type in Fear No Evil. Improved steadily through a solid first campaign and has come along nicely this time along on the jump outs. Given an easy time 2 weeks ago, Fear No Evil stepped up his game on Friday with an easy all-the-way success in good time. He travelled smoothly throughout and was never asked a serious question. He looks ready to go now and won on debut, so another solid first-up performance is anticipated.
All right, then, horses that we should be backing from your black book is there from the trials, Matty?
Well, I've already mentioned Heel Rip. That, of course, is provided the ground doesn't get too heavy at the valley and he doesn't draw a wide gate because if he sees too much daylight, he just over-races.
Okay,
that's on Friday night if he goes round. And there's an interesting one I've got that I've had marked down today. Some people call me race 4, number 6, and I think the ground might be going the right way for that.
Some people call me. That's one of Kira Mars there. So
yeah, it's S. Cameron.
Oh yes, yeah. Race 4, number 6 there today. Just having a look. Yeah, and they've backed it a little bit too from that camp, which is always a positive.
Absolutely.
All right, mate. Thanks for that then. So race 4, number 6 there today is your best. Hopefully we can get through this Geelong meeting.
Absolutely. I'll see you there.
Good on you. Thanks for that. There we go. There's Matty Mawson, trial guy. Time for a break. Hong Kong Corner next.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, the Hong Kong Corner. For the latest on Hong Kong racing, go to hkjc.com.
Just before we chat to Tom Wood, Gay Waterhouse has put on her X platform and it reads, after discussing Sir Dilius with the ownership group, Adrian and I have made the decision to spell him and set our sights on the Autumn Carnival. He's an extremely valuable horse and one we firmly believe will continue to prove he's the best weight for age performer in Australia. Bring on the $5 million Group 1 Queen Elizabeth Stakes. So he won't go around in the Craven Plate, which is no surprise there. And Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott deciding to spell Sir Dilius, and he'll be set for the Sydney Autumn Carnival. Let's catch up with Tom Wood now. G'day, Tom.
Hello, Gareth.
What about the performance of Kaying Rising? What did that mean for Hong Kong racing there on Saturday?
Yeah, it was pretty special, that's for sure. Obviously, with what he was able to do there, and it was a pretty soft win on the line in the end from him, and certainly plenty of people were filling the betting shops here on Saturday afternoon at just after 1 o'clock to see and witness something pretty special, and then of course a great ceremony at Sha Tin after race number 2 over the weekend, and David Hayes and Zach Purton and co all greeted to big banners that have been put up on the side of the car park building at Sha Tin, and obviously at the entranceway of Racecourse Gardens where they live. So, no, it was pretty special, that's for sure.
Yeah, and just describe how big that moment was from an international perspective, from Hong Kong for an international race in a way. It set all types of records with the Whirlpool. Was it the biggest performance by a Hong Kong galloper outside of Hong Kong?
It would be up there. Obviously can't deny what Romantic Warrior's been able to do. Of course, let's not forget Little Bridge going over to Royal Ascot many years ago as well. The success that Hong Kong has had in Dubai down through the last few years. But no, we're certainly in a real vintage period for Hong Kong racing with horses like Romantic Warrior and Kaying Rising, and before that, obviously he didn't travel, but Golden 60 and some of the past champions here. So for a population of 12 or 1,300 horses to have the best sprinter in the world, absolutely one of the best middle distance horses in the world, it's a golden period, that's for sure.
What about tonight, mate? How do we make some money at Happy Valley?
Yeah, it's not a bad meeting tonight. So I think there'll be a few favourites rock up through the course of the evening. Weather's a bit cooler today, and so we might get a shower of rain through the day as well. So no one's certainly complaining about the change of weather. But I thought tonight in race number 9 on the program, the last, number 6, King Lotus for Mark Newham and Lyle Hewitts. And this horse won with plenty in hand at last start. He's going up in grade, but he's got a light weight of 122 on his back. So he looks progressive. He's won 2 of 4. Race 9, number 6, King Lotus. Race 7, number 8, Silver Spurs. Looks like he's going to get an easy time of things in front with Alice Wong riding for Casper Founds, and I thought he'd be tough to beat. Race 7, number 8, Silver Spurs. And a horse I didn't mind last start at Sha Tin off a trial was Happy Buddies. He's lining up in race 4, number 6. He will be a decent price. His trial showed improvement. He ran an improved race last start, and he'll certainly be decent odds for his first look at Happy Valley tonight. Happy Buddies, race 4, number 6.
Geez, Mark Newham's on fire. My Wish superb again on the weekend, and I think he's leading the Trainers' Premiership.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Mark's team just going so well at the moment. He's on top of the Traders Champion, that's for sure, just in front of Casper Founds, who's not too far away. But Mark's horses just continue to kick goals. My Wish again at the weekend, and another winner he had there as well. He's on 14 over Casper Founds 12, and David Hayes 10. Of course, that doesn't include Kaying Rising in that total of 10 for David Hayes. But no, Mark Newham kicking goals for sure. And my wish now heads to the set weights and penalties race, the Jockey Club Mile, which is the main lead up for the local horses heading towards HKIR. Those HKIR entries will be out middle of the week next week because they close on Monday at about 6 p.m. Hong Kong time, so we can expect those through Wednesday. So another big race coming up at Sharton this weekend as well with the sprinters. In action there, and it's the Group 2 Premier Bowl. Again, handicapped conditions, so it's not going to suit Helios Express. Zach Purton in the race riding Packing Hermod, so we've got that to look forward to. Another Group 2 race this weekend, the Premier Bowl.
Plenty happening. Thanks for that, mate.
Thanks, Gary.
There's Tom Wood there. For the latest on Hong Kong racing, go to the hkjc.com website. We'll take a break. Tassie time with Matty Reid next.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's Tassie time with Matty Reid. He joins us now thanks to Tas Racing. The air is clearer, cleaner, and the grass is greener. Tassie, the perfect place to race. Matty Reid, hello to you.
Morning, G. There's not too much clean about today. She's shocking weather down here. Plenty of rain.
It's a bad day in Victoria as well. Gigi's Mistruth, wasn't she mighty there the other day? Caulfield first up for Mark Walker.
Yeah, it was great to see her back, wasn't it, G? I mean, 1,000's not hers go, and she was sort of run off her legs early, but she picked up. It looked as though she was going to be the winner, and then Ray Magnerio came down the outside. So prep back on track for her. She's going to run Saturday week on Derby Day at Flemington. There's an 1,100-metre race, Group 3 down the straight for fillies and mares, and she'll head there. And I think Connections, after seeing what she did on Saturday, have got a bit of a long-range Oakley plate plan for her. So let's see what happens there.
It was just good, I reckon, to see her perform like that against that quality of opposition.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, we saw her at this time last year, how good she was. Appreciate they're only 3-year-old races, but some of the form out of them are super, and you can forgive a horse one bad run. So, look, I think she's genuine Group 2, Group 3 over there. We saw what she did down here over our Tassie summer, but I think she's every bit right on the fringe of a Group 1 horse, and it sounds like she might get a chance maybe on the other end of the summer.
Can Distrustful Award win a Geelong Cup, and he can join, of course, obviously the Launceston Cup champ?
Wouldn't that be something? Yeah. Scruffy Luftrell on the first Tuesday at Flemington, G. Look, I will say the horse is absolutely flying. He's been running in mostly unsuitable races, and he's been going outstanding. His probably only bad run was on the Devonport Simcoe, which doesn't suit him. I thought he was brilliant at Seymour over the mile. I know he's a big price, but I think he'll definitely outperform the market. I think he could do a hell of a lot worse and have something to place about him in particular. I mean, we've known that he'd been running in this race since February in that Launceston Cup, so his prep's been geared towards this. I know it looks unconventional. His runs on rain-affected ground in Tassie have only been few and far between, but they've been decent as well. So I think he'll run a really good race, and yeah, sort of $7-8 the drum will definitely get me for something.
And Carlton Graveyard goes to the Gawler Cup Friday?
Yeah, he does. So he bounces out of that Murray Bridge Cup win, and I suppose it's nice placement from Connections that Gawler Cup comes up there, and there's no reason he won't run well again. I think they've got all kinds of different options planned if he does run well there.
And Gerardo, geez, he trialled, they tell me, pretty well at Longford yesterday.
He was absolutely outstanding. 800 metres not his go, but he still sort of ran within 3 lengths of the 800 metre track record. He absolutely smashed them. So sounds like he'll be Goodwood first up, which is in Hobart on the Saturday of Melbourne Cup week, and then the Newmarket second up out of that. His stablemates, all in the Star Thoroughbred colours, were also good. Sanaya and Mazzini there on the track to the 3-year-old Cup, which is also Newmarket night. That 3-year-old Cup's going to be simply superb. And Arundel was probably overshadowed, but I think he's every bit a Devonport Cup's prospect in the making. So the Star Thoroughbred colours had a brilliant season last year, and they might only be bigger and better this year.
And racing's back under lights, which is good to see at Launceston Friday.
Yeah, we'll obviously get all the rain today, G. I think it should stop by the end of the week, so hopefully we'll be on a good track. We've got 8 races up there under lights. It's racing for cure, so a lot of the races on the night and some fundraising activities are there for neuroendocrine cancer. A prominent owner down here in Tassie, Rob Hammond's an unfortunate sufferer for that, and he's been doing a great job raising funds for a few years now, and the race night is geared around him. So I'll try and give you a couple of winners for there on Friday.
Love your work, Snapper. Thanks for that.
Thanks, G.
And Sania Girl's heading back to Tassie, and she'll be aimed up at the 1,000 guineas there. Also, so Sania Girl will be set for the Tassie summer after she didn't get the best of luck in the 1,000 guineas, so she's on her way home. Now, it is quickly approaching 11 o'clock. Straight after this, we'll find you some winners with Bag of Tips, and we'll get an all-important track update regarding Geelong this afternoon.
Powered by Signet. Hello there, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. There's wild weather around the country today. Angus Hines from the Weather Bureau says damaging winds will hit almost all parts of Victoria, as well as the east and south Australia and Tasmania.
And we even have an enhanced wind warning for destructive winds across the southwest coast of Vic and the southern southeastern coast of South Australia. Now, these are winds that you do not want to mess around with. 125 k's an hour can take down trees, damage property, make it really difficult on the roads.
Thanks to Nine there, while Sydney is set to swelter through unusually high October temperatures, reaching almost 40 degrees. Victoria's top cop has admitted he was wrong to take a police helicopter to a conference in Hobart rather than fly commercial. Chief Commissioner Mike Bush getting on the front foot, issuing a statement this morning apologising. The chopper cost 10 grand an hour to run. Police in Tasmania have located the body of a man believed to be missing bushwalker Daryl Fong. The 30-year-old from Hobart set off on a day walk at the Mountfield National Park on October 11. A report will be prepared for the coroner. Share prices of mining companies jumped considerably after the $8.5 billion critical minerals deal between Australia and the US was announced. And the prosecutor leading the investigation into the crown jewels stolen from the Louvre in Paris this week has estimated their value at $157 million, but says that doesn't include their historical value to France. Coming up, SEN Sport. Australia will be without skipper Elisa Healy for tonight's World Cup ODI blockbuster against England. She's out with a calf strain. Barcelona, PSG, Man City, Arsenal and Dortmund are among the winners in this morning's UEFA Champions League matches. And the new NBA season is underway. The Thunder is hosting the Rockets, while later the LA Lakers taking on the Houston Rockets.
Live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to the Giddy Up. Busy final hour coming your way. We've got bag of tips not far away. Looking forward to that. Should be a busy bag of tips as we preview Geelong Cup meeting especially, and also that meeting at Warwick Farm. We'll go around the Australasia basically to try and find you a few winners. And then the weekly chases, we talk some greyhound racing with George Ferrugia and Jason Adams. But thanks to our New Zealand bloodstock, Jessie Gower joins us now because there's plenty happening there with NZB. Hello to you, Jessie. Thanks for your time.
Morning, Gareth.
How was the breeze ups there the other day?
Good. Over the past 2 days, we've breezed up about 400 horses at Te Rapa Racecourse. It went well. Thank goodness we waited a week.
Yes.
So they would have been snorkels if they had been breathing up last Tuesday. So thankfully we held off, and it paid off because we had a lovely consistent surface across both days. The only sort of issue would have been the wind. It got quite strong yesterday afternoon, so they were galloping into a headwind that was about 27 kilometres an hour. So I think we just need, what we do is we record the wind speed and direction, and so we'll put that on our website as well when the videos go up on Friday, and that way you can look at the video and also just take into account what the wind was doing too, because the blustery factor was quite prevalent the second half of day 2.
Yeah, so we've got all the data, or NZB have got all the data that you need, but take into consideration the wind, the track conditions, and it gives you all of the tools basically so you can help you make a decision whether you want to purchase these 2-year-olds at the Ready to Run sale in November. So those videos will be up on Friday, and you can get all of the information that you need. Go to the nzb.co.nz website. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it will be loaded up Friday, and we'll also be playing out the entire set of breeze up on racing.com in the coming weeks, and trackside in NZ too.
All we need to do is try and find a Charles Wolf or a Mr. Brightside, both horses out of the Ready to Run sale, who Quinella, of course, the King Charles there on Saturday.
Honestly, this sale with the timing is just
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, so that was brilliant. My job once again is done for me. So Charles Wolf, he liked the King Charles. That's his second one back to back. He's earned $9.1 million, and he was bought at Karaka at our Ready to Run sale in 2022 by Joe Pride. So for $170,000. So he's now earned 60 times his purchase price. So he's really well and truly paid for himself, has Charles Wolf.
Yes, and Antino's a moral now in the Cox Plate.
Oh, wow, yeah, Cox Plate. It's that time of year. So we've got Antino, Aliana, and is Globe still?
Globe will be there, I reckon, Jess. Yeah, Michael Kent Jr. told me this morning that he looks a lot better today, and he'll just have to pass that vet test tomorrow morning at 9:30, but they are super confident that he'll be there on Cox Plate Day.
Amazing. So we've got 3 chances in the Cox Plate. And I think, I've mentioned before, we're celebrating 100 years of the National Yearling Sales in New Zealand, and with that has come a lot of reflection on what's come before. And the Cox Plate is just woven into this New Zealand racing psyche as much as I think it is in Australia. I heard earlier there were some names dropped, and I was like, it's a Kiwi. Farlap, Rising Fast, Talak, Dulcify, Bone Crusher, and our Waverley Star, Superimpose, Rough Habit, Naturalism, Might and Power, Octagonal Sunline, they're all from here. And it's just such a wonderful race, and it really is part of our racing identity in New Zealand too. And I can't really mention them without mentioning So You Think. What a loss for Coolmore. And he came through Karaka, and I'm a huge fan. He was my favourite. I love that forelock. He was the handsomest horse there ever was, and so we're very, very sorry that he passed this week.
You're one of the great stories of Australasian racing, So You Think, and we lost a good one there at the start of the week, but he will be remembered forever, So You Think, with the deeds that he did on and off the track. And then you've got Kaying Rising, another New Zealand flavour there that just continue. Forget about those great horses that you mentioned from a Cox Plate perspective. Kaying Rising is doing it as a sprinter these days, the world's best sprinter, bred out of New Zealand, winning an Everest.
We're turning it on its head a little bit, aren't we? We're known to go a bit further than that, and yes, we're winning things like the Everest. So just super, and New Zealand filled the 3rd position too. Jimmy Starr by Per Encanto came in 3rd, and actually it was an amazing day at Randwick for New Zealand because Karaka graduate linebacker and Lord Penman, Quinella the Silver Eagle as well. So great to see those Kiwi stallions, up there in light. We need that, and you'll see those stallions also throughout this Ready to Run sale catalogue. There are 10 supersets. He's the sire of Linebacker. There's 4 by Sham Express. He's the sire of Kaying Rising. Sort of State, a young sire, stands at Cambridge Stud. He got his first stakes winner with Torture for Lindsay Park Racing recently as well. So that's a wonderful feather in his cap as a young stallion. So we've got, I think, 6 of those in the Ready to Run sale. So, really good Kiwi size all the way through it, and the sale's not far away now.
The toughest job that you've got, Jessie Gow, is trying to work out who you put on your front pages or the front cover of your catalogues. But well done once again. The Kiwis have got the bragging rights, especially coming out of that Everest meeting. So well done, and we'll catch up with you next week. And that Ready to Run sale will be here before you know it.
It will. Thanks, Gareth. Thanks for the time.
There's Jessie Gow there from NZB. We'll take a break. We'll come back, of course, with Bag of Tips next.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Giddy Up Bag of Tips for Oz Equipment Rentals. Supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
Let's head out to Geelong as we get stuck into Bag of Tips. Shane Bennett sent a video through with the Ultima Hotel tent there at Geelong. He reckons it'll be okay today. And, of course, Bag of Tips brought to you by Bet365. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. The Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee, just down the road from Swan Hill. Swing by for a cold beer. And Oz Equipment Rentals, supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com. And the centenary celebrations are on October 25 and 26, 100 years since the mighty Ultima Hotel was rebuilt. Let's catch up with James Dalton at Geelong, the track manager there. Jimmy, good morning to you once again. What can you tell us?
Gareth, I can tell you that the rain has cleared. We ended up getting 10 millimetres. So we started at 6 a.m. on that good 4. A couple of hours later, we went to a 5. And then just as the stewards arrived, we had another chat and decided to go to a soft 6. I think we're right in that genuine correct range. Rain's gone currently. Wind is not really here. 20k sort of westerlies blowing in, which I don't feel threatening at all. But, I mean, the forecast, it still says, you know, from 11, 12, 1 p.m, 2 p.m, they're 40, 50k gusts with 40k average with 70k gusts. So it's just a bit of a wait and see at the moment.
Yeah, and is there any rain predicted for the rest of the day, or is that it?
No, the Bureau said there's sort of popcorn stuff, which means it's the storm activity that can just pop up out of absolutely nowhere. Okay. So there certainly is that chance, but it's pretty hard to predict it and when and how and that sort of thing.
And talking to Racing Victoria officials, they've got options. If the wind comes and then it settles down towards the back end of the afternoon, they can race those races and keep pushing them back with daylight savings. Otherwise, they will probably try and reschedule the Geelong Cup, and especially the Geelong Classic, because the Classic's such an important lead-up race to the VRC Derby, and the Geelong Cup, you got to win it to get into a Melbourne Cup. So they've had a look at those plans. Hopefully, they don't need to use them, but there's definitely plenty of options involved for the administrators to try and work out what they do if you do have to postpone a few of those races. But so far, it sounds pretty good, mate.
It does, yeah. Let's hope it's an anticlimax, and we've wasted all this time making plans for a relocation or an abandonment. But as it stands right now, we're good to go. But the wind would be nice to dry out the track, but not too much. So I'm in a funny space right now. We'll just cut what we get.
Well, we'll keep everybody updated here on RSN and SEN Track, but we appreciate you coming on once again, James.
Anytime, guys. No worries.
There's James Dalton there. Miles Fitzner, hello to you.
Hello, G-Man. Hello to the listeners.
And g'day to you, Mitchie Lewis.
Yeah, morning, G, and morning, Milo.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with this track and how it plays and what the wind conditions do regarding the pattern of the meeting today at Geelong. So only time will tell, but hopefully those winds don't reach the expected strength that they're saying in that weather report. So time will only tell.
Just remember, if it gets extremely rain affected, they tend to go to the middle of the track at Geelong and tend to roll out. So rather than stay on rail, normally to the disadvantage there with wet weather, and the winds at this stage look like they're coming from the grandstand. So headwind in the wind hitting them on their left-hand side on the back straight, right in the home straight. So you really want cover on the bend.
Yeah, so when they go down that dip there, you want some cover, and then obviously you can get out to some clear space into that straight. The first race here is a benchmark 70 over the 2,400 metres. Scratch the 2, 4 and 9. It's a wide open affair to kick off proceedings here. Caboran's at 480, Natural Ruler, another OTI galloper at 550. And then you go down to Harlan that's had some good backing to 750 miles.
Wild old affair this. A lot of horses either up or back in trip. The horse that I was tending to lean towards was the 4 Highland Bling. It's not in here. Look, Cable Dancer could probably take it on. Now it was in the numbers early, but now with this soft track, you can probably take it on. I'm going to lean towards maybe a horse like Kaburan. This is a horse that has won on the soft before, albeit it hasn't won many races. And even a horse like Suffolk Star, the 10. No, you haven't got a win on the soft there, but it has a few, gee whiz, it's had a few runs on the heavy. Look, this is not a race I'm going to bet in. I'll lean towards the 6, but yeah, I'm certainly not having a bet in this.
Numbers?
Well, with the scratchings here, I'm going to be 6, 14, 10 and 5.
Mitchy Lewis?
I was with Miles as well. I was keen on Natural Highland Bling, but I'm pivoting now to Natural Ruler, the 5. Third up here now, up to a suitable trip. He's had 2 career wins as an import, both coming over the 2,400 metres, and he's going to find cover. I think that's going to be important. So I thought he looks set to go here from Kaburan, so I was 5, 6, 3, 14.
5, 6, 3 and 14 for Mitch, 6, 14, 10 and 5 for Miles in the first race. Race 2 over the 1,100 metres, benchmark 66, only the 1 scratching the 2. Mrs. Archibald. Ultimatum's the $3.20 favourite for the McAvoys and Harry Coffey. Normandy Lass at $4.60. And then you go to Street Conqueror at $4.80's been solid there. And Sea Poem's been solid as well for Lindsay Park and Blake Shin at $8, Mitch Lewis.
Yeah, I thought there was good enough value in Ultimatum here. She's a good runner second up. She's only had the 1 career win, but she's very consistent. Hasn't missed the top 3 second up before, and that win came second up, so she's fitter. She'll find cover. Dropping back to the 1,100 metres, maybe just a small question for me, but her last start behind Endemorada, I thought was pretty handy form line, so I'm going to stick with her. From the 4, Street Conqueror, the 3, Sea Poem, then the 5 under my thumb.
Happy to take on Ultimatum here. This is a horse that seems to like the firm going, and especially from 8. Not entirely sure where this horse is going to get to. So looks like the firm going's better, and also significantly back in trips. My value of the day here, the 1 Artistic Genius for Daniel Stackhouse and the Coomer stable. This is a horse back in trip, admittedly, not far off Eagle Express and Silver Magnate in a 70. Before that, wasn't far off Just a Deal and Presser in a 74, only 2 lengths. And before that, 2.5 off Vienna Vixen and Just a Deal. Far better form than most of the horses in this race. It's $10 and $2.75 with Bet365, so value of the day. You can save Ultimatum if you like, but I'm thinking now that the way the track's going, it's going to get... it's going to battle a little bit with the softness. So I'm going to go 1-7-6-8. 1-7-6-8.
So 1-7-6-8, some value there for Miles in the second, and 8, 4, 3 and 5 for Mitch Lewis in race 2. Benchmark 70, 1,300 metres, the third race at Geelong, and Big Sexy is a scratching here. Looking at the market with Bet365, you've got Astral Flame 460 to 320, Otago 340 to 380. Deep Pleasure at $4 has had some good backing from $5.50, and then Barbaric Lad at $6.50, Acid Wash at $9. Good little race here, this third here, Miles.
Certainly is. I know Cam, Tags, Brownie, and I think Mitch Lewis are all going with the Targo. We're taking them on here. I'm with the 5, Deep Pleasure. The stablemate, Blake Shin aboard, draws 7. Early money would suggest they're keen. Soft track, absolutely no dramas. Comes out of the Shadava race, the 78. We probably didn't get the luckiest of runs, and before that was in behind Chest of Gold, and we know how good that horse is. Also won at this track 3 back. Deep Pleasure on top of the 2 Otago. So I'm going to be 5, 2, 7 and 9. If you really want to have a crack at something here, I think Mitchie might say the same thing, but the 5 and the 2 take them both top 3, top 4, and you can really open the shoulders, but Deep Pleasure to beat Otago.
Mitch?
Yeah, look, Otago for me, I just thought he's been through stronger races last prep resumes, down in grade. He's got weight for that, but Luke Cartwright takes some kilos off. He's got a good record first up and winner over the 1,300 metres, so I thought it was set for him, but the stablemate Deep Pleasure's had a few more runs this prep. Perhaps he's got the extra fitness, so put him in as your savers, but I'm keener Otago. I'm 2-5, 9, and then the 3 Acid Wash.
So 2, 5, 9 and 3 for Mitchie, 5, 2, 7 and 9 for Miles. Let's head to race number 4 on the program. Some scratchings here in this benchmark 66 over the 1400. The 4 comes out. Some people call me that was going to be first up for Scott Cameron's and scratching as well now with the track downgrade, and then the 11 Art and Soul comes out. Blue Pinot, I should say, is at 380 in the favourite from 750 to 380. First Chorus at 460. Lope Delato at $6. And then you go out to Broom King, that's had a little bit of backing in the last half an hour or so, into $10 now. Mitchie Lewis.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You just want to be keeping an eye on Broom King, wouldn't you? Because I don't know in the next, what have we got, 2.5 hours, if the heavens open up and it gets to a heavy track, which we're doubting, but just in case, he loves those conditions. 14 for me, Lope de Argo. I was with this horse first up off his trials. I thought he looked well placed to go, but he didn't really give much of a blow. He was winner second up at this track last start, so happy to forgive him, giving him the chance for 14. So 14 from 8 First Chorus, 7 Dramaticus, and the 12 Blue Pinot, Miles.
This is my first of my better ones of the day. I'm with the 8 First Chorus here. Jamie Mott, Lindsay Smith from 9. This is a horse that goes pretty handy in rain-affected going. Won a maiden at Seymour on a soft deck and then went again to the mile and won a 58 straight away, won it well. Went straight to Sandown in a 66 and got beaten by Blinded by the Light and a Diva in a really strong affair. Doesn't find a really stronger 66 here and handles the sting out. So First Chorus on top. From the 12, Blue Pinot. Then I am the 7, Dramaticus, from the 1, Brun King. 8, 12, 7 and 1.
8, 12, 7 and 1 for Miles, and 14, 8, 7 and 12 there for Mitchie Lewis. First of the features, the Geelong Classic, a lead-up race to the Derby. High Vol's the favourite at 380. Zara rides here. Masuda at 480. Azazel at 650. Cora at $7. And then Freddie Bassett at $8.50. Next best here, Miles.
It looks a 2-horse race for mine between a Cora and a Kari Spirit. Look, a Cora... I'm probably leaning towards just over in front of Azazel. Both of these are going to handle Sting out of the deck, and Akora will hopefully take luck out of the situation from 4 and be up on speed. Mickey D for the Walker camp with Azazel, try and get some cover somewhere. You need some respect on High Vol, although I do think High Vol's going to prefer it a little bit drier. Maybe even the Waller runner, the 10 Savasanta as well you can include. So I'm going to be 2, 4, 1 and 10, but really like the 2 and 4.
Mitchie?
Yeah, okay. I had those 2 in my numbers as well, but just flipped Miles. I was giving High Vol his best chance here. He comes out of the stronger form lines. We see a lot of the time this race, your sort of strongest horse can get the job done. The Trip was the query for me, but he's had good market support, so I think he gets his opportunity from Matsuda, who I thought was really good there at Sale, winning that, and is probably going to relish rising in Trip. So I was 1 from 3, from the 2, then the 4.
1, 3, 2 and 4. We'll take the news and come back and have a look at the quaddie leagues next here on Giddy Up. This is your tips.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. The Prime Minister is heading back home to Australia after a successful meeting with the US President in Washington. From extreme heat in Sydney and Queensland to damaging winds across Victoria, South Australia, WA and Tasmania, large parts of Australia is bracing for wild weather today. The median price of a third of Australian properties have hit a record price of $1 million plus, and pet owners urged to be on alert with tick paralysis season beginning across the eastern part of the country. Coming up next, sen.com.au sport. Australia will be without skipper Elisa Healy for tonight's World Cup ODI blockbuster against England. She's out with a calf strain. Barcelona, PSG, Man City, Arsenal and Dortmund are among the winners in this morning's UEFA Champions League matches. And the new NBA season is underway. The Thunder is hosting the Rockets, while later the LA Lakers taking on the Houston Rockets.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Giddy up, Mitchy Lewis, Miles Fitzner, Gareth Hall with you as we look ahead to Geelong today on Cup Day. Race 6, first leg of the quaddy, benchmark 70. Only a couple of scratchings here, the 2 Saxon Spot and the 9 Autumn Storm. Shiny New Deal at 340 is the favourite from Sevilla at 480. And then you go to the Muffin Man, who's an interesting runner, now with Shane Jackson, currently at $9, Miles.
Shocking race. The horse I liked is Scratched. 8135, no bet, no way ever.
8135 there for Miles. Mitchie?
Yeah, I was tossing up Sevilla and Shiny New Deal, G. I sort of like the map now for Sevilla from that wider barrier. I think if the wind's playing as expected, just gets a bit of extra cover. So leaning its way, Shiny New Deal was good last start, though. 3-4-8-5. That can't be right. That's a miswriting, G. So I'm 3-1-8-5. Sorry, I've just got bad handwriting. It's
That's
definitely
all right.
3-1-8-5.
3-1-8-5 and 8-1-3-5 for Miles, who's not keen on that race. The Geelong Cup, there's only the one scratching today, Grand Piero. And you've got the King's Horse, Gilded Water at 220. I wonder how he'll go with these wind conditions today out in front. If he does lead once again, which you expect him to do. Whiskey on the Hill at $5.50. Barclay Square at $7. One Smooth Operator looking to defend his title at $7. And then Torresino at $10. Changing of the Guard at $11. Fascinating Geelong Cup here, Mitchy Lewis.
Yeah, look, I think in nice even conditions, Gilded Water would be sort of the easy pick here. Lighter weight than a few of the key chances. Ticks along out in front with probably relative ease. But I just want to see what the track's like before falling into him, G. Like, if it's windy and hard to leave, I don't really want to be on him. I thought maybe the value in the race could be Whiskey on the Hill, who's been ticking along nicely. Not too far behind Braden Star and Plymouth there, but that form wasn't really franked either. So at this stage, I'd be with Gilded Water, but I'm just keeping a close eye on it. So I'm 7 from the 5 from the 3-1 Smooth Operator. If he drifts too much more, I think you can play him, and then the 1 Changing of the Guard, Miles.
Wide open Geelong Cup. Other than probably the 8, 9 and 10, they can all win it. I'm just going to take horses that have probably got some form of cover that handle the soft going. So I'm going to have the 2 Barclay Square on top from the 4 Torresino. Probably a little tiny Dutchy play on those. Then include the 5 Whiskey on the Hill and the 7 and the...
Gilded Water?
No, and the 1, Changing of the Guard. I think Gilded Water, the 7... It's not going to get a lot of favours out in front. It's going to have to do it tough, and I'm not entirely sure as to whether or not a horse like this that went off on Jamie Carr last start, 1 will like the wind and 2 will like the going. So I think it's a risk at that price, so happy to leave it out, but we'll include it in the quaddie.
So Miles is taking on there Gilded Water, who needs to win to get into the Melbourne Cup. So 7, 5, 3 and 1 for Mitchy Lewis in the Geelong Cup, 2, 4, 5 and 1 for Miles. Stolly Bolly is our boost horse today. You're getting... close to $3 with Stolly Bolly until 12 o'clock. So he's at $2. Persian Spirit at $6. Spione at $9. And the Naval Academy at $12. Here you can scratch the 1, 5, 7 and 9 Miles.
Stolly Bolly, horse to beat, inside draw. If it can't win this, you can nearly put it in the bin for life. It's the right bet boost horse for the day. You've picked beautifully. 12, one of the better ones of the day, but it's getting short enough now. You get it on 365 on the boost. 12, and then lottery, 6, 3, 14.
Don't have too much more to add. I'm agreeing there. I think he could. I think there's a bit to do with deduction. So even if you wait, he might drift out a little bit, Miles, and just adjust there. But I was 12 from 6, from 10, from 11.
12 from 6, 10 and 11 for Mitchy Lewis in the 8th, 12, 6, 3 and 14 for Miles. And in the final event here, you can scratch the 3 Dracoon and then the emergencies 15, 16, 17 and 18. Jenny the Fox is the favourite for Lucy Yeomans and Blake Shin at $2.60, Flying Valley $5.50, Fridge Monsters in blistering form at the moment, the big fella at $8, Active Duty at $10, And then you go out to a horse like Rukaka Raider at $12 here, Mitch.
Yeah, look, I like Flying Valley. I thought there was a bit of a throw at the stumps last start when they went to the Valley there with Pride of Jenny and Treasure the Moment, and he was a little way off them, but out of his depth. His form previous to that, 2 wins in a row and a 64 and a 70. Barrier 10 is not a huge concern. I think you'll find cover, plenty of speed in the race with Fridge Monster and Ambassadorial. So siding with him from the 11, Jenny the Fox, 8, Active Duty, and then the 10, Fridge Monster.
11, Jenny the Fox. If this was dry and no wind, I'd be keen, but it's wet. He draws wide, probably going to get posted, doesn't handle the soft going. 5, Flying Valley on top. Jamie Mott, Julius Sandu from the 1, Outer Compton. To beat the 11, Jenny the Fox, and the 9, Ashore Valley.
So 11, 5.
5, 1, 11 and 9.
5, 1, 11 and 9. So 5, 1, 11 and 9 there for Miles. All right then. Quaddies, please, Mitchy Lewis.
First leg G, 3, 4, 8.
Yep.
No, so that's that handwriting again, G. Sorry, I'm 318. Sorry, apologies. It's 318. It's not emphasised. It's Shiny New Deal. I was just double checking that. Rolling into the next leg. 1, 3, 5, 7.
Yep.
And then you can do 2 things here. You can go just the 12 Stoli Bowley, 1 out, and then if you wanted to do a saver, throw in 6, 10, 11, and 12.
Yep.
And then coming home with 5, I'm going 5, 8, 10, 11, and 12. So it's $240 for the bigger quaddie on that third leg, or $60 if you went Stoli Bowley, 1 out.
Beautiful, Miles.
8, 1, 3, 5 in the first leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9 in the second. Stoli Bowley, 1 out in the third. Field to come home.
Best bet?
I'll go first chorus. A little bit of value there.
Beautiful. What race?
Race 4, number 8.
All right, then. What about you, Mitchy Lewis?
Just race 2, number 8. I'm pretty keen. Ultimatum there. We're just having a look, G, since I think we've been speaking, the 3 C poems come out of that race. Just for listeners out there. Race 3, number 2, Otago, and then race 8, number 12, Stoli Bowley.
Beautiful. Have a great day, boys. Thanks for that, Miles.
On you, mate.
Good on you, Mitchy Lewis.
Thanks, guys. Good luck, everyone.
Time for a break. We'll continue on Bag of Tips next. And don't forget, the boys will be here to talk some greyhound racing, which is just around the corner as well. The weekly chase with Georgie Ferrugia and Jason Adams.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. This is Bag of Tips. Check out racingqueensland.com.au for where Queensland is racing today. Chris Nelson joins us at Eagle Farm. What are you making favourite today, Chris?
A couple for me, Gareth, today on what will be a good track at Eagle Farm. Race 1, number 8, Wiley Jack, steps to 1,600 metres, is going to suit him very nicely off what he's done so far this prep. And the other, at a good price, well into double figures, race 5, number 1, Kentilda's Love, who also caught the eye last start, running on at the end of 13.50 at Doomben. The mile will suit very nicely, and the claim will help. Good each way bet. Race 5, number 1.
Good on you, Chriso. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Gareth. Cheers.
Visit loveracing.nz for all you need to know about the sport of thoroughbred racing. Mark Clayton joins us. We're at Taroa today. Hello to you, Clayton.
Hey, g'day, Gareth. Yeah, beautiful day here underneath the mountain of love. It's the most picturesque track in the country. And I think one of the best of the day would come up in race 7, Loverbeal. Opie Botham, he's ridden a winner today, and I think probably Loverbeal on top. And it's hard to find something that stood out, although the race coming up, if you wanted an early doors, the 13 Waiata. Gee, the coat pullers are out in force for this one.
Yep.
It's getting a bit short, but the word is, goes really good, this Waiata.
Beautiful. That's all I need to know, Clado. We're on Loverbeal at the Track of Love in New Zealand. That'll do us today. Good on you, brother.
No worries. Thanks, Evan. I saw Gareth.
There's Mark Clayton there. Visit loveracing.nz for all you need to know about the sport of thoroughbred racing. Peter Anthony's at Belmont today likes a 2-horse play in race 8. And it's number 3, Riva Akarama, and the 9, Silent Diva. So 3 and 9 in race number 8. Luke Ovanessian at Warwick Farm today likes race 1, number 13, Miss Lola. Race 3, number 6, Believe in Angels. And race 4, number 5, Hertzville Zagreb. Dean Watling, he's keen on race 2, number 1 at Warwick Farm, Frosty Girl. Race 6, number 8, Lyles. And also the 12, Crete Myrtle. So race 6, number 8 and 12. And then Mick Gannon likes race 6, number 8, Lyles. Race 7, number 5, Peace Officer. In the trots tonight, race 1, number 1, race 1, number 5, Out of the Blue at Bendigo for Darren Carroll is his best. Race 1, number 5. And Harness Racing New South Wales, the home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty meets quality harness racing action. Amanda Rando likes race 1, number 10, and race 6, number 10 at Bathurst tonight. The weekly chase coming up next here on Giddy Up as we talk some greyhound racing with Georgie Ferrugia and Jason Adams.
Sportsbet Peninsula Cup returns to Mornington Racecourse on Sunday the 2nd of November. Tickets just $25 at Ticketek.
Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Time for the Weekly Chase with Jason Adams and George Ferrugia.
Let's talk some greyhounds. Georgie Ferrugia, hello to you.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Good, thank you. Jason Adams, hello to you.
Hello, G. Where's John Henry again? We're 20 minutes late. We've got to crap load the cover, mate.
Very
We're ready
point.
to go.
Well, we can't miss the kick these days, so we've got to get straight into it. Georgie, I gave you some homework.
You did.
The Top Gun panel are meeting, of course, because they will decide on the field on Friday. When does it come out?
It'll be early next week.
Early next week. You're the Giddy Up selector, so you pick your top 8 for us because Jason Adams is on the selection panel after you got sacked after leaving Welshie's Fast out all those years ago. But who's your top 8, Georgie?
All right, this is my top 8. This is going to be fun. Now, I won't be managed to get in the car, Jason. I'll get a call from one trainer, but here we go. Cumbria Jack picks himself, right? So he's number 1.
Even though he can't make $1 million chase final?
Cumbria Jack picks himself.
Yes.
Barefoot Zulu, I would have in after his 29.40 run at the Meadows, third fastest of all time, because we are doing X Factor these days. Yes. Deadly Avenger, I would have in. I know he hasn't raced since August, but he's just got so much good form in group level. I think he deserves his spot. Power and Glory picks himself. Golden Easter Egg, $1 million chase winner, Gareth.
Yep.
Incredible victory there on Friday night.
Trialling tonight at the Meadows as well.
Trialling
so 7:37 and it'll be live on Sky Racing 2. So
be a bit windy out there tonight.
Well, it'll run like the winds.
We've got to tell the trainer, Kenny Burnett, just to not worry about the clock. Tim Zoo. I think I know his recent form probably isn't as good as what it was when he was racing at the Q, but we called him Australia's best greyhound. Well, I did about 3 or 4 months ago, and I got to have him in. I think you got to throw Mapunga Reward in. Second in the Adelaide Cup, was the Victorian champ for the State Sprint Championship, and the way he races, I think he adds excitement to the race. I think you've got to have Flying Zulu in for his unbelievable consistency in group level, guys. He's in the Cranbourne Cup this week. He's been an absolute star. This last one I really struggled with, but I ended up with Slick Splits because he's a Group 1 winner at the track when he dominated in the maturity. So Cumbria Jack, Barefoot Zulu, Deadly Avenger, Power and Glory, Tim Zoo, Mapunga Reward, Flying Zulu, Slick Splits, obviously with the caveat that Explicit is injured.
And Ariza Sparkle says hello.
Mally Beauty says hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lakeview Emily.
Okay.
That's what I love about you,
No, this is hard stuff.
You weren't a fan of Lakeview Emily last week. I'm trying to get...
No, just trying to take the mickey out of this bloke, Gareth.
Now, Jason, it's all the pressure's on you because you can't afford to stuff up now with the responsibility that you've got for this Top Gun field. So I can't really get you to comment on it because it's probably not fair, is it?
Comment on what?
Georgie's top 8.
Oh, it's pretty good. I mean, there are a few in there that'll pick themselves. I mean, Stevie Wonder's going to know that Power and Glory is going to be in the Top Gun.
Yeah.
So there's ones like that'll just walk in, but it's always hotly a hot debate. So looking forward to that over the weekend and seeing how it all unfolds.
I think out of those 3 that you mentioned that you threw at me, Mally Beauty would be one clearly that might.
But there's that element of, is she a flat track bully? We don't know.
But I reckon
she couldn't have done more than what she's done.
Oh, yeah, she's been fantastic.
The best part about this debate, there's going to be some good greyhounds that miss out on the Top Gun.
Always is.
And history tells you they've left out Melbourne Cup champs in the same year before.
Well, Hardstyle Rico.
Correct.
One of you, that was,
and Lucky gave whoever was working for Sky Racing that day one hell of a service.
You and I.
Yeah, it was you and I. There we go.
It was a fair clip, wasn't it?
I said, Lucky, I've got nothing to do with it.
You're in the crossfire.
Who wins the Cranbourne Cup?
This is so tough, Gareth. Have you said the speed in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yeah.
Jason and I were talking about it off air, and the greyhound that went quicker than all of them is to the first mark is probably the one that's the most hit or miss. I'm talking about Colac Kid. Have you landed on a greyhound here, Jace? Because I want to discuss 2 in particular. Kenya Mayhem's only had the 15 starts. Is a young greyhound on the rise? Is it ready to win a race in this company? And the other one is Flying Zulu, who's on the other end of its career, where it's been in nearly every Group 1 or Group 2 race going around, and it's drawn off the track when all the speed's closer to the fence.
Yeah, well, clearly class factor sits with Flying Zulu, and you mentioned Kenya Mayhem from Box 1. I mean, he is a type that wants to push that middle part of the track. So you look at one like Tribeca in Box 3, who's mad to get to the inside. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but I think the greyhound who has the upside out of all of that is number 4, Nigel De Vere, who's just doing everything he needs to do at the moment. And he's another one, George, that is unproven at this level.
Yeah.
But I think the way that the map looks, I think the upside's with him.
Gareth, how good was Tribeca's run? I mean, with Flying Zulu right on his hammer, arrived as a greyhound, didn't he? I mean, Jace, we've been speaking about him. You were on board very, very early with this greyhound. He was getting himself into trouble by just crashing to the fence. He wasn't that bad last week. He just sort of held his line a little bit better. He's got an Australian Cup winner drawn next to him, Mapunga Tully, who's a little bit underdone, but starting to come back to her best form. So it's a cracking edition of the Cranbourne Cup.
So have you come to
Look,
we just want one winner?
I don't have any confidence in the race from a betting point of view, but I just stuck with Kenya Mayhem because of the draw. I know it moves off a little bit, but when you've got speed in the race, box one, if you can rail up, you might just kick away.
Dewana Star, unbelievable there at Shepparton.
Yeah, well, it's not often short course races are sort of breaking through to the news cycle, but she was great, George. And this is a camp, the Dewan family, that have named greyhounds, Gareth, called Dewana VB, Dewana Crowney.
Dewana Georgie, next one.
I'm sure they've reserved Dewana Star for something pretty special.
But a youngster by Hooked on Scotch. What a week it was for Hooked on Scotch. Power and glory. Owner Darren Pulio won the Sydney Cup without a trace. He's just had an unbelievable time of it, Hooked on Scotch at the moment. So he's really flying as a sire. But you're right, nearly broke the track record there at Shepparton, and big things await.
And Phoenix slot holders, they're starting to think about who they're going to go with. And Columbia Jack has already earned his slot in the Phoenix, which is no surprise.
Yeah, Cumbria Jack first in, Jace. They'll start tumbling over now, like 9 pins, to be honest, because people don't want to be left behind, that's for sure. So
you don't want to go too early.
Well, there's no tied and true rule, I don't think, is there, Gareth?
I reckon some people have gone too early before. In saying that, Scalacci, we all think Ladbrokes went too early with Scalacci, and we had egg on our face because he jumped straight at the front and won the
rank outsider.
Yeah.
Could have argued Sportsbet went too early with Wowshi's Fast you wouldn't have, Gareth, because you wanted her in the Top Gun. But what I do like here, George, is that Metro Jetting, which is a slot holder who's selected Cumbria Jack, I like that one of the, I don't have a better term, but one of the minnow slot holders has picked up such a big ticket in Cumbria Jack. I think it's great for the fabric of the race, and I guess inspiration for other people who have thought about getting involved at some point in the road.
And there's going to be so much a narrative around the fact that will Explicit be ready for the Phoenix? Now, they've said that he will be, but I mean, a little setback and you don't know, and Awesome Lodge have got some good greyhounds just waiting there, so that's going to be a wait and see as well.
I had a chat to Troy Little at the races there the other day. He wants to take us on in some of the previews for the bigger races, so we might take Troy Little on. He can come and join us, and we'll have more than half an hour, or 10, 15 minutes anyway. But I like to beat up on Troy Little in our tipping competition. Any winners for us?
Yeah, I like a couple at Sandown. I'm not sure if Jason's done his form.
Got 30 seconds.
Race 5, number 2, Incredible Rogue for David Gill. Nearly broke the first sectional record over 600 last start. And I like one later in the program, just the class above these. Race 9, number 2, Shadows of Blue tomorrow night.
Beautiful. Race 5, number 2. Race 9, number 2. Good on you, Jace. Good on you, Georgie.
Talk soon, mate.